doing Amy. You flipped that? I thought, no, it says, oh, I thought Jasmine was then.
Apologies.
All right, I will. Okay. No, okay. Well, this is what I got to start on time. Where's Cameron? Did he
keeping us all in line.
Thanks, Renee. No, that was intentional, my intention, but that's why I came up with the idea that, what?
Yes. How you doing?
I assume they're right out here.
Likewise.
Right? I just go out there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
He's right behind me. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Great.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be on this side. And let's stand over here because we're going to start fairly soon. No, I really enjoyed our talk this morning. If you say all those same things, we'll have a great conversation.
And get the audience into it too. I'm sure it was.
Okay, good. Tell them to go ahead and do it now. Tell them we've got to do it. All right. Thank you, God. All right. Cameron Clayton is the CEO of the Weather Company, which is owned by IBM. He's been with the Weather Company for 15 years, and so he's been through a number of changes. But it has only grown. It's basically connected, part of the Watson Group at IBM, so artificial intelligence is a deep, deep part of what you're working on and how you're getting your work done. But, you know, we've talked so much about climate here, and weather is a manifestation of climate. So when you look at where we stand with the climate, what do you see?
Well, I think climate change, for us, we've been covering climate change for 15 years and have a dedicated editorial team that all they do is try and tell climate stories. We actually launched a website called 1 Degree about 10 years ago just to be dedicated to the climate change topic. And we've learned a lot in that process. I would say that one of the key things we've learned is that the science the debate about the science is over. I think you've heard multiple people say that on stage today in different ways. But there's no more debate about the science. It's only what do we do now, right? Is the first thing. The second key thing I'll share, though, like you needed an exclamation point for that, is the coldest summer in the last decade was 2014. 2014 is the hottest year in any recorded history, like up until that point. And it's the coldest in the last decade, right? So every year since 2014 through now has been hotter than the year before. And so it doesn't matter what example we use on the science side, the facts all just line up. On the what do we do about that side is a much harder problem. And I think for our team, we've gone from the shock and awe kind of approach of storytelling to trying to be hopeful. And that's really changed how we have engaged in the climate change debate as a company, as a brand, as storytellers, and it's working. And so, you know, we talk about it all the time, but we talked about it this morning. You know, like Greta is someone who's put the climate change agenda back at the top of the priority list, but has it actually improved or changed the outcomes or the actions or the behaviors that we have?
Well, it certainly changed the public mood. To have, I mean, more people are worried, but you're saying too much worry can lead to paralysis.
Absolutely. We call it the ostrich effect. You get scared and you put your head in the sand and you keep buying SUVs, right? Like that's basically what we're doing as a society. You know, the car companies don't make cars anymore. They just make SUVs. And so, you know, we have to change the dialogue. And I think Greta's done a great job putting it at the top of the agenda. But I don't think anybody, including us, have figured out how to actually turn that into action on a consistent, repeatable way. And I think we're still at that stage where people are looking for a singular answer, right? Like, is it a carbon credit tax or tracking system or something? That's going to be the holy grail for climate change. And it's not. Should we do it? We should do it. But you need like hundreds and hundreds of different things to happen to go forward. Many of those things are simple things that we can do ourselves everywhere we go, but we don't. Right? We choose to drink bottled water because it's convenient. But if we said we don't want bottled water, we want refillable bottles, and actually made the choice to say that and share that with the hotels and restaurants we went to, that would help. It's not going to solve it, but it would help.
Well, so what you're doing, and I know you've really added enormous weather forecasting and explanation capabilities to your work. I don't want to, I hesitate to use the word adaptation because we don't want to adapt, but you are helping people cope with the extreme, the changed, the new, the unpredictable weather that we are experiencing.
Yeah, well, I think most people don't realize that there's sort of like the equivalent of the digital divide in meteorology. We call it the meteorological divide. And so essentially, North America, Japan, Western Europe, those countries, those governments have all invested in this science and satellites and spent a lot of money on infrastructure around the weather ecosystem and protecting their citizens. The reality is the rest of the world has not. So there's this huge disconnect. And many of you have probably seen it as you travel, right? If you literally go on a boat, off the coast of Florida fishing, you go 30 miles off the coast, you basically hit that divide. You run to the Caribbean.
Out of the place where the U.S. is providing the data.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's not as good.
And it's not as good. And so we've been struggling as a company with this, as meteorologists and scientists with this for a long time. And it's really two things have led to our ability to be able to provide a solution. So one's the reduction in cost of computing, cloud computing, supercomputing, the material decrease in the cost of that over the last few years has made it a huge difference. And so we literally just launched a new global weather model to try and bridge this digital divide. And so literally, if you're a farmer in Kenya, you now have exactly the same quality forecast as a farmer in Kansas. And so that's a really— On your phone, accessible for free, Apple or Google App Store for 3.5 billion people can go and get now, as of last Thursday, the same quality forecast basically the entire world over. And every 2 miles on the planet, ocean, Earth, doesn't matter. We've basically got a global model improving the weather forecast. And so that things like that are making a huge difference in terms of how economies are going to adapt, how people are going to adapt, how small businesses and large businesses adapt, and how governments themselves change their approach as well.
So one of the things you've done is the resolution of the predictability has significantly improved. So when you say every 2 miles, you can basically have a specific different forecast for every 2 square mile, roughly, area on the entire planet. And it used to be quite a bit bigger of an area that was possible for, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I share with people all the time, 2 miles is actually a pretty long way if you're trying to predict the future, right? And so on the 5th hole of this golf course, the weather's one thing. Right here, it might be something else. If you live in San Francisco in the Bay Area, you know that's very true. Within a couple of miles, it can change dramatically. That's true around the world. There's microclimates, there's all kinds of things that impact that. And so part of it's been, how do we get the resolution to be as fine as possible? And that's important also to solve different problems, right? And so for farmers in a specific field to be able to, drive yield for their crops, et cetera, that's another big problem that we're trying to help solve. You have to have a really high granular, forecast.
So the way you did that was by getting more data sources and putting AI analytics on top of that. Am I right?
Yeah, weather's the original big data problem, right? Machine learning was almost not invented, but certainly improved and became a science, on the topic of weather. And we've seen a huge improvement in the last 3 years with AI and then, hybrid cloud computing come on board. That's really driven, a dramatic step function increase in forecast accuracy around the world.
And this new product, you call it Graph, is that right?
Yeah, the new global model is called Graph. It's global high-resolution atmospheric forecasting. We're scientists. We need a marketer probably to help us with the name. But that's what Graph's called.
And I know food is a huge part of your thinking and your work. You mentioned it briefly before. Talk a little bit more about the work you're doing around food, and obviously the yields of agricultural fields around the world need to go up in order for us to accommodate our challenges. It's going to be even harder with extreme weather and rapid weather shifting. So explain how you can help.
Yeah, I think I'm sort of a sucker for punishment, right? Like I got climate change on one side that we're trying to figure out how to tell the story and model the future 15 days out with, near as close to perfect accuracy. On the other hand, we're trying to figure out how to feed the planet tomorrow, and we can't feed the planet today, right? So in a big picture way, I think we all sort of inherently know this. We don't produce enough food right now for 6 billion people on the planet. Jump forward 5, 10, 15 years, we have to fundamentally change how we interact with agriculture, how we drive yield and productivity in the agricultural space. And so, as IBM, we've looked at that and said, okay, how can we pull all of our capabilities and assets together for agriculture with the goal of ultimately being a piece of the solution around feeding the planet. And so we basically use our weather satellites, our weather data, which is now global, and we're actually able to do moisture 8 inches under the surface of the soil, 2 inches above, 8 inches above, and then 3 feet above. And then we've built basically AI models with Watson for each type of crop that we're trying to grow. So there's a model for corn, a model for wheat, a model for barley, et cetera.
And that moisture analysis is, again, global?
It's global.
So you can kind of say what the moisture is likely to be 2 inches below the soil anywhere on the planet, roughly?
Close, I wouldn't say anywhere, but close.
But that's where you're going.
That's where we're going. That's where we're going.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and so, essentially we've basically built an app. Farmer can identify their field, we heat map, and we actually give them a walking path to walk through their field each morning, and it's different every day. And we ask them to take pictures with their smartphone as they're walking through the field, and we'll then match those images against that model. So let's say it's a cornfield. It'll take the images, match it, each leaf against the corpus of all known images of corn, all disease types, et cetera, and it'll give a prescription to that farmer on what they should do for the rest of that day for that field, and maybe don't do anything. The thing that surprised us as we've been rolling this out is overwatering is actually one of the biggest issues we see with farmers out of this.
Particularly in the U.S.
Particularly in the United States is, they're buying the water, so you have to pay for it. They're using too much. That creates disease. reduces yield. And so, that was not a problem we expected. We expected the opposite problem, candidly, going into it. And it's different, each crop type has got a different solution. And it's, I think it's another interesting way that the AI, huge data sets on a global basis, are trying to make a small positive dent.
So really, yeah, positive responses, actually conserving resources, using resources more efficiently as a result of the sensing, the data analysis, and the ability to get it out to the public. That's fantastic. And I don't think most people realize how many sensors you guys operate yourselves. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I acquired Weather Underground 5 or 6 years ago. We have close to a couple 100,000 personal weather stations in people's backyards and businesses. But then we've gone out and partnered with Airbus and Boeing, and we have sensors on almost all the commercial planes and run the flight operations and meteorology for a lot of the major airlines around the world. Many of your smartphones, your Apple and Samsung and Android devices all have barometric pressure sensors in them as one of the 40-plus sensors in your smartphone. And so with people's permission, we access those barometric pressure sensors. We're starting to instrument, agricultural equipment, John Deere and Mahindra tractors and various other sort of companies like that around the world. And so we've basically built this global weather model to try and future-proof it for the sort of the censored world that we're all embarking and trying to live in.
But it also makes more sense to me than ever that IBM, of all people, bought the weather company, given that Watson and AI is such a critical part of how IBM sees its own future. Because the quantity of data you must be ingesting at any moment is just beyond belief. And how could you possibly deal with that without the most state-of-the-art tools, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think, look, I tell people ask me all the time, what's it been like to be acquired by IBM? And I tell them, look them straight in the eye and say, two magical things happened to us. One is we got access to AI that we never could have afforded sort of on our own. And now we're one of the largest users of Watson's AI capabilities in the world. And two is access to cloud computing. Those two things have been amazing for us, and they've been amazing for all of you. You just don't know it. Your weather forecast has improved dramatically in the last 3 years in terms of an accuracy point of view because of AI and because of we have spending the same, if not more, money for 100% more compute that we have access to. And to give you a sense of the scale of it, most people don't understand these numbers, and so I'll try and make them sort of relatively digestible. But today, it's at least here in San Francisco, is a pretty nice day. If you're watching us on a stream, it may not be where you are, but it's a fairly normal day. There's not major severe weather events happening in the world today. And so we'll do about 25 billion data requests just today.
Wow.
So 25 billion devices or people will come to our infrastructure, to our cloud, and say, I want the weather, right? Your car's doing it right now, even if you're not in it, probably. Your house is doing it, your thermostat's doing it, your plane's doing it, your Uber surge pricing is doing it.
Wow.
Everybody's doing it. And that's basically the heart of what we do. And we had to build an infrastructure to support that is all running on IBM's cloud, and it's been incredible.
That's amazing. Okay, who has a question or comment in the audience? Anybody's got something they'd like to ask about how we deal with climate and weather forecast? Is there somebody? Okay.
Hi, Paul Stamoulis. Just a quick question. I was curious about just the adoption and take-up as measured by farmers and folks, and how embracive it's been, or if there's resistance where...
Talk a little louder. Put it a little closer.
And if there is resistance, where it might have come from and what's behind that.
Yeah, so you would imagine that the weather company had been in the agricultural space its entire existence. We have actually only just entered about a year ago the agricultural space for a couple of reasons. One, farmers aren't renowned, and I'm a farmer. I grew up in New Zealand on a sheep farm, which is very stereotypical, by the way. But
It sure is.
but it's sort of, yeah, anyway, we'll leave that there. Farmers are not renowned for being like generous financially, right? And big investors in new technology. So the value you had to be able to demonstrate over what they did before to what they could do if they were going to pay for a solution, we felt had to be materially better. This couldn't be a 5 or 10% improvement. It had to be materially better, and it had to be repeatable every day, day in and day out. And so we waited and invested and did a lot of work to get there. We have not had a lot of resistance from farmers themselves. Someone mentioned it earlier, farmers are actually really good stewards. They really understand, sort of the give and the take, and they're all in it on a multi-generational basis, if they can be. And so we have not met resistance. What we've been surprised at is where the business model drivers are coming from, right? The fertilizer companies, the sugar companies, the banking and insurance industries are really all the ones driving in behind the economics of this and really helping it take off.
Cameron, thank you so much. Really good.
My pleasure.
Please welcome to the stage founder and chief content director for Farms to Incubators, Amy Wu, with Stephen Gray.
Hey everybody, let's dive right into a short film.
I always wanted to have a farm because food is very cultural for me. My family's from the Philippines. I'm a first-generation American. That was the way I knew how to express my love.
I came here from Vietnam as a refugee, and witnessing the cost of malnutrition, I decided I looked for a solution.
My parents are immigrants, and they were field workers when they.
Slight technical problem.
problem.
So let's briefly introduce Amy Wu. Amy is the founder.
I always wanted to have a farm
They're gonna
because
try it
Is the
again.
video
food is very cultural for me.
working? What's
My
happening?
family's-
So Amy Wu is the founder and CEO of From Farms to Table. Let's pause for a second.
I think
Excuse us.
she's trying in the back to play it. No. Okay, we'll just move
Yeah.
on.
So again, you're the founder and CEO of From Farms to Table. Tell us very briefly what that is.
So
From Farms to Incubators.
I'm the
sorry.
founder and of From Farms to Incubators, and it's a special project that uses video documentary and the written word and photographs to highlight the stories of women, especially women of color, who are leaders and innovators in a sector called ag tech.
And how did you even land in this space?
That's an interesting story. I fell into this space. I'm a reporter by training and profession for 20 plus years, and I was sent to Salinas Valley in 2015 to cover agriculture for the USA Today network. I'm a huge consumer of food. I love to eat, but I'd never seen how food was produced from literally planting to harvest and to distribution. So Salinas, which is only about an hour south of us, is called the salad bowl of the world. That's the moniker. It's a $9 billion industry, and 80% of the leafy greens that we eat here in the US are actually grown in Salinas. And I came across the story of ag tech, and also this particular story, because I noticed that there are not a lot of women, and particularly women of color, who are leaders in agriculture and in technology. I'm a storyteller by trade, and there was a grant by the International Center for Journalists and later on the Howard Buffett Fund that sought stories of minority women business owners in the U.S. So I pitched the story, and I did a documentary that's been screened at over 24 places now, including South by Southwest. it tells the story of 4 women and the stories of why they launched a startup in the ag tech space. Yeah.
That's great. And what are some of the biggest challenges and problems that farmers in the Salinas Valley face? And what are some of the solutions that some of the women that you work with are raising?
So some of the problems that growers face, they're actually pretty tremendous. I mean, in California, where I was based for a number of years, it includes everything from the climate change, severe weather fluctuations, severe labor shortage. There's a huge shortage of field workers now that are either because they're aging out and young people are not as interested in farming as before. So the women innovators that I came across are creating the solutions and the technologies for the growers. For example, soil health is really critical for farmers, and it impacts the amount of farmable and arable land is actually declining due to pollution and pesticides. So one of the companies that I profiled was Trace Genomics, and there's Diane Wu and Purnima Parameswaran all the way to the left, and they are the founders of Trace Genomics. And it's a soil testing kit that measures like pathogen levels and the quality of soil health and disease as well.
Very cool. And how are you trying to scale what you've built from farms to incubators?
So that's a good question. From Farms to Incubators was started 3 years ago as a documentary, a series of articles, and also using storytelling journalistically to highlight these women. So 3 years later, I'm completing a book on. There are so many inspiring stories that I ended up deciding, well, I'm going to write a book on this. So I'm profiling more women than just the 4 women in the documentary. That's going to be completed in 2020. Also, it's going to be an exhibition at the National Steinbeck Center in Salinas at the end of 2020. So we'll use the photographs and we'll use some of the written word and some of the art there. Also, an interesting theme that came about is the women that I've interviewed over the years, they have told me that there is a lack of a community and a place where they can connect with each other and share with each other some of the challenges and opportunities, maybe collaboration with women in ag and ag tech. So there's talk about creating more gatherings and events and maybe an alliance of women so that we can find ways to further highlight each other's work, perhaps find ways to get more speakers on panels or, or keynote speakers, different places.
Where can people see the film in full without any sort of technical issues?
Where can they see the film in full?
Keeping it real, right?
I'm just laughing because it's the second time the trailer hasn't played. But anyway, the film in full is actually has been recently subtitled into Spanish. I wanted to extend the audience to a greater audience as well. So it's actually now going to be posted on the website from Farms to Incubators. And the full film is 27 minutes. The trailer is 4 minutes. And it's been extended too, the documentary. 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, I went back to the women to see where they are now with their innovation and funding.
And what did you find?
So a couple of the challenges that the women I talked to had was in fundraising. They said there was a challenge. Some of them had other startups before in other sectors, but they said it was even more challenging to raise money in the ag tech sector. And there was a reluctance at a time several years ago with farmers on trying the technologies. Now they're saying that growers are much more interested in actually beta testing the technologies or seeking them out. And so I also talk to the growers as well, and they tell me that they need to go towards innovation to find solutions also.
We have a little bit of time. Is there one or maybe even 2 questions for Amy? In the back, Caitlin. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, Rick Hernandez from Pitney Bowes, also a resident here of Half Moon Bay, which happens to be a farm town with a farm program in the high school. Can you talk about what you're doing to build the next generation of women like my daughter who are interested in getting into agricultural technology careers? And is there anything that we can do to get connected with you around that?
Great question.
Yeah, that's a great question. The impetus of actually continuing from farms to incubators was actually to inspire the next generation of young people to consider that farming isn't just tractors and overalls anymore. Although that's a lot of fun too, I've ridden in tractors. We're hoping to bring the stories into high schools and colleges and even the K-12 and have some of the women share their stories and of how they got into it, what's their interest in this, and to talk to the younger people in the school systems. Also, like for example, in Salinas, there is local government and colleges and universities and the school system have come together to create programs. Like there's a program called Coder Dojo where it encourages young women to come together and to learn how to code. So there are programs like that, and I think it comes down to also bringing entrepreneurship to younger people, not just at the college level, but even at the K-12 level. And I'm starting to see that with USDA. I talked to them. They're actually trying to start an education program in ag tech. There's like the Future Farmers of America and so forth that are trying to create programs like that. And also, I think just connecting young people with farms themselves. For example, actually, one of my other hats that I wear is I work on a farm. I became so passionate in agriculture that my day job is I work on a 1,500-acre farm in upstate New York now, and we have a beginner farmer training program, and we're starting to bring schools to the farm, to tour the farm, and to connect with the growers, to learn everything from how grains are connected with pizza making to what does it mean to grow things organically.
Is there one more question for Amy? Awesome. Amy, thanks for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, did they just introduce you, God?
They did.
Okay, Renee James. You know,
We were backstage.
Renee and I met when she was at Intel as Andy Grove's EA. Was that the title, or
No, but
what was the
that's
title?
okay.
It was like
well, it was like chief of staff.
Chief
even
of staff, but you were
technical.
like, that was the thing they did at Intel where they
They did it
they
at
picked
IBM.
very promising people
They did.
and they glued them to the CEO.
They did.
And it was a download for a year or more.
Or 5, however long they kept you.
How long were you
It
there?
was supposed to be for 2, but then Andy said I wasn't done yet, so I stayed until for 4.5 years.
Well, you know,
But I was the youngest person who had ever had that role, and the idea was everyone who had that role prior, it was a succession role to become, the inevitable CEO. In my case, the president.
Well, yeah, you became president of Intel,
I
so
did.
hey, it worked. And I mean,
Yeah.
Renee is a hero of the American semiconductor industry. She really
I don't know
is.
about
And so she had this long career at Intel, but now she is running a company called Ampere Computing, which is basically competing head-to-head with Intel. Or not? No?
Well,
Is that not
I mean,
right the way
yeah,
to say it?
what we build is high-performance microprocessors for the cloud, server parts, which now looks super popular, so I'm feeling directionally correct. We started 2 years ago. We're 2 years in. We're several weeks away from sampling to customers, our first of many products that we have in development. But I think that we don't compete with Intel. I think Intel might feel differently someday, but I think what we're doing is inventing what comes next on not only in product, what's possible, but also in approach. Because I do think that, the semiconductor industry has become just a hurdle, prohibitive for people to get into it. And there's a lot of people doing interesting accelerators and AI chips and this and that, but microprocessors, the foundation of so many of the things we've been discussing over the course of the 2 days, right? Super important, including the weather.
Everything.
Everything, right? That is a business that, there are 2 companies predominated in, 50-year-old companies, and I think there's room for what comes next.
Wow. So what is missing in what we have today that you're adding?
Yeah. So we knew this probably a decade ago, that the approach of the way that people build software, think about what capabilities they need, how computing is deployed in the cloud is different than the enterprise. And the products that we were using at the time as the cloud was beginning were the enterprise products, which we did an excellent job building for super high market segment share, and I think will continue to be the predominant architecture in that segment for a long time to come. And we wanted to do something that was different, that was more power efficient, that allowed for the software to scale more efficiently, get higher densities, all these sorts of technical things that people love to talk about in the data center. And we just weren't in a position to have the freedom to innovate with the legacy that we had at Intel. So when I left, I did not plan to start a semiconductor company, because people don't retire and go, you know what I should do? I should build microprocessors. So, but Andy, as you know, was very influential in my life. And he said to me, history repeats itself. And when Bob did not become the CEO of Fairchild, he said,
Bob Noyce.
Yeah, Bob Noyce. He didn't just sit around. He went and built what came next. I taught you everything. Build what comes next. And he was persistent on that point up until his passing, and I was lucky. I mean, Chip's my superhero now, because I went and I got a really wonderful team of people out of retirement, and we started MP.
Intel veterans, mostly, if not all. Yeah. And so you have a team that's got a lot of elders and a lot of young people too, right?
Yeah, we're 600 people, and the predominance of the company is under the age of 35. And we have some elders. They call us wise, so when Chip was talking, I was thinking, oh, we're on that program. Yeah, but what we did was, I'll give you an example. Compilation for high performance computing is very specific, and Intel had its own compiler, which was world class. The man who ran it for me for years at Intel had retired. I got him out of retirement by using Jeff's product. I found him on LinkedIn. And I got him out of retirement, and he runs a team of 25 people who are all under 30, right? And teaching, and so part of the teaching of the next generation of how to do this is part of what we're excited about. And the approach, I mean, we were 200 to 400 people while we were designing this part. We did it in 2 years, and it'll be pinnacle of performance. It's pretty exciting.
And the reason you can do that is because you're starting totally greenfield.
We're starting greenfield, and we have a different philosophical approach, which is don't reinvent that which other people, there's a lot more off-the-shelf IPs now, and only focus on inventing the things that are value add. And, and there's a lot of value in very unique portions of the chip, and do that. So we're excited. We're sampling soon to customers, and measured in weeks, and it's a big deal.
But I know it's been a challenge to build a hardware company in Silicon Valley. I mean,
know.
Semiconductors, it's not what most VCs want to fund. Talk about what you've encountered in that respect.
Every single one of them told me no. They were super nice, though. We had a lot of good meetings and lunches, and everyone took the meeting. They were very respectful to me, and all said, Renee, we know that if anyone's going to do it, you could probably get the team together, but yeah, we just don't do that. And plus, the order of magnitude of capital required is measured in hundreds of millions, not tens.
Yeah, but they got it for Uber and WeWork. What the heck, right?
I know. Well, I mean, in some ways, honestly, that's an interesting point. I mean, I think that semiconductors are viewed, AI chips are not viewed this way, but I would suppose a microprocessor that's going to go into the segment that Intel's in is viewed as, pretty risky. And, people just aren't that excited. But I'm really, really very happy to say that private equity firms have been. And, the Carlyle Group was uniquely risk-taking in being the lead investor for us. We've had other investors, and we were able to raise the capital to be well-financed. It's not a cheap business. But
well, if you have 600 employees, it's not a cheap business. Yeah.
If you came to see us, though, you'd think it was a software company. And we have a lot of snacks, because snacks are important to my current population of employees. And we have Snackgate. Our first employee matter was Snackgate, because there was some snack stealing going on.
But one of the things we've heard a lot about here.
You think I'm kidding, but
one of the things we've heard a lot about here is the edge, and the kind of the edge being sort of the next era, right?
Yeah.
And 5G has come up a lot. It's a big change. It's really starting to accelerate. Is the proliferation of computing at the edge, all that massive amount of data that's going to be created as we essentially are instrumenting the world all around us. Is that part of why we need a new architecture?
Well, I think it's the opportunity for one that's more power efficient, that can live in a more constrained environment, that can be deployed more simplistically. Certainly, that's part of the opportunity, and it's certainly part of the growth. This is the highest growth segment of computing today, what is largely called the cloud server segment, but the IoT edge servers are kind of falling into that. And by way of extension, even though there's a lot of exciting accelerating network chips we've heard about a lot of AI accelerator chips, what we haven't heard about is fundamental innovation in the microprocessor. We have some fantastic microprocessors on the market today from AMD. Very excited about what is going on there because they're setting a bar that I think we will meet and exceed, but it is training everybody that there's more possible.
Okay.
So it's exciting.
One of the things that you did a lot of at Intel was policy-related stuff.
I did.
You've spent a lot of time in Washington. In fact, I did my prep call with you last week.
I was in Washington,
You
D.C.
were in Washington. I don't know who you were meeting with, but it was good people, I suspect. So, but you also seem frustrated with the American government's understanding, attitude toward tech competition, and particularly vis-a-vis China.
Well, I'm frustrated because we have to be mindful. I think someone said this on stage today about the unintended consequences of our actions. And having spent the large part of my career, the greater part of almost 30 years, building what is a national asset in semiconductors, I don't like it being held hostage in the sense that it forces other people to have to maybe decide to up their game and get into it, and at the same time maybe curtail the ability for small companies, not just like my own. I mean, there was one announced last week, to be able to create intellectual property in the US, which is super important to our competitiveness. I mean, and as much as semiconductors are boring to most people, I mean, I happen to love them, but they're kind of the underpinning of all of this other, pretty much everything, all of these other fabulous things that we dream of,
Right, but also China, it's their number one priority is to eliminate the gap in microprocessors, because it's the one thing they don't even come close to having now. So what does that mean?
It means that there will be a relentless pursuit. Well, there has been one. It's been in every 5-year plan for as long as I've been in the business, but I think it means that we need to continue to innovate, and we need to continue to invest, and we need to understand how strategically important it is. And it's not just the design of semiconductors, it's the fabrication. I mean, one of the great assets of Intel Corporation is the integration between manufacturing and design. I mean, this is a strategic asset you can't, you just can't compare to. So I think the big thing is it's the number one import besides food. Right behind, I guess it's 2 behind food. And
you mean for China?
For China. Yeah. It's a huge domestic market for consumption. So any one of us that wants to be successful needs to be able to be successful in China. Right. So it goes both ways. I mean, we want to be able to innovate and out-innovate and continue to have a nice strategic lead, but we also want to be able to sell our products there.
What do you think the chances are that they could do what you're doing?
In some time horizon, I'm sure that it will be possible. I actually don't know when. As I said, the magic in semiconductors is in the knowledge and the art of how they're put together.
Right. Well, and also there's that interesting oddity that Taiwan Semiconductor is the other company beside Intel that knows how to build them at the
manufacture them,
build them at the scale. And that's like 60 miles away, and they kind of call it
and
part of China.
They
already think it's part of China. So that's an interesting thing I often think about, considering TSMC is a company of enormous strategic import for global technology.
Absolutely.
Enormous.
I mean, I'm dependent on them.
They'll be your manufacturer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We're using their 7-nanometer process.
So who wants to say something? Okay, right there. Okay, that was so fast. Oh,
I wish we could see you.
Ken
we can
Washington.
see you a little bit. Yeah.
Hi, Ken Washington Ford. First of all, congratulations on taking such a bold move. I really think that's amazing.
Thanks.
So I guess I'd like to ask for your thoughts on, the the approach that one might use for doing really hard problems like self-driving cars. As you know, all of the automakers are off on the journey of building self-driving cars, and we really believe that it's going to take a different type of silicon to really do this at scale. I mean, I don't think anyone believes for a moment that at scale you're going to have supercomputers in the trunks of these cars. Like
they're too hot, they're too expensive.
They're too hot, they're too expensive,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth, right? And they're too big. So, so custom silicon is almost certainly in our future. So in a future where you have custom silicon to do a lot of the difficult parts of the job, like object recognition and the neural network part of the solution, I'd like to ask you to comment on how are you thinking about the role of a totally redesigned general purpose multiprocessor when the really hard part of the job is going to be done by custom silicon anyway?
Yeah. So I think that what I would say is I don't agree with the premise of that. Okay. The history of our industry is the economics don't play well to custom silicon. You never get economic scale, so you might go down the path, but at some point in the journey, you'll be like, oh my God, it takes 5 years, forget it. So what we decided, and we know that, and I actually do believe with your point of view about we need something different. So what we decided to build was an architecture and a product that allowed our customers to customize, which is something we could never do in our prior administration, our prior lives. And we knew customers wanted that so that they could get the compute engines and do what they needed to do in a more efficient way. Because the economy of scale will be against you, and really the innovation required to do the base part of the engine is, it's just not everyone, there's not enough people even barely for me to hire them all, let alone, you and your competitors. So what we're hoping is that not only are we bringing a faster pace of innovation and a unique product set, but it addresses what we think customers need for the kinds of applications, cloud, edge, self-driving cars, that are really different than the enterprise processors that we built before.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking that, Ken.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Renee, for
Yeah,
joining
thank you.
us.
Thanks for having me.
We'll give you
Super
a
fun.
hug.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to stay up here, and Konstantinos Karachalios is going to join me on stage. So, Konstantinos. Now, some of you have heard Konstantinos is a man who's not shy with his opinions, which I like. It's one of the reasons he's here. And he is the head of the standards division at IEEE, which is the Global Organization of Engineers. And how many members does it have?
500,000.
500,000 members. It's a lot. Pretty much engineers belong to IEEE. Now, I know that you have had some revelations and thoughts based on having been here from the beginning yesterday. So I'd love to just hear your observations of what you've heard so far.
I must admit, I had prepared myself for this moment, but then I had to throw everything away. Having assisted to this, it was a very thoughtful discussion, and also I realized I don't need to preach to the converted. So I could really reinforce what you've been saying, but I prefer to do something different. First of all, I agree with most of you that there is a sense of urgency, and there are a sense of threats related to this urgency. And people talked about this. I don't want to repeat it.
You mean with regulating, moderating, overseeing technology, the global internet?
Yes, and beyond this, beyond the internet. I mean, the technologically made threats, there are at least three. One is, let's say, the nuclear winter. The second is global warming. And the third is the political domination of the barons of the cloud. All these singularities of threats are really technology made. So the question I pose is beyond, let's say, the entrepreneurs who are really now the rulers, what is our responsibility as technical people? We may work for them, but we are also citizens, we are also fathers and mothers and so on. Do we care about the future of our children, and how do we demonstrate this caring about them? And if I can take a step back, I'm also very interested in the process of, let's say, political emancipation and self-determination, also about the state of our democracies. And here, a society can be only as free and as democratic as it has, let's say, enough individuals who are self-reflecting.
Self-reflecting, yeah.
Yes, not just going after their daily work or their personal interest. And Pericles said it very clear in his epitaph that if you are just a private, and in Greek private is idiot, idiotis. And what you say as idiot comes from the epitaph. That means they are the persons who just care about themselves. They are idiots. So, and we should understand if we talk too much about privacy, it is also a kind of idiocy for the polis. And so if you have people who are not reflecting and who are not engaging for the public good, then you cannot have a free society. Now, if we generalize this for groups of people who are very influential, and they build, let's say, closed systems, what Gilles Deleuze calls war machines. They are subsystems that have their own logic, and they do not accept any other limitations than their own, let's say, expansion. And the techno-scientific community to which I belong, being both a scientist in my previous life and an engineer and so on, if we are not self-reflective as a collective, then we pose a big threat to society, to the freedom of the society. So we have there collectively a role to play, and I think what we should do is to add a layer of self-reflection to what we are doing, and to play a much more active role. And because this is still very abstract, perhaps I can give some examples. But before I do this, I would like to say that there have been some reflections here and some questions, for instance. Why are people who are billionaires, do they want even more money? Why they are not doing something good? Because they see things are not going well. Why they are not moderating themselves? Why they are not slightly changing their business models? Even if they make a little less profit, they could do something good. Well, I think we do not recognize what is the real driver of these people. It is not they are ethically impaired or they want more money. They just have a lot of power, which they have created, because the way power is generated and exerted has changed dramatically. We are really in a different regime of power. And if we do not understand this, then there is no way we can resist or find paths of freedom out of it. And just to give you, let's say, an analogy, and Fadi Chehadi was the only one who gave some allusion to it, talking about the transnational nature of the internet towards the world, let's say, nature of the states and their jurisdictions. We are in a transition from the power of the discipline, which has a wall around it. It can be the barrack or the school or the prison or the factory. There's a wall around it, to the power of control. That means you may feel you are free, you walk around, but you're always traceable. And we give you access according to the modulation we're exercising upon you during your life. That means the walls may be transparent for you, but not for me. So it depends on our passwords. And this is a very different regime of power. And I think a few years ago it was expressed here very clearly, and nobody objected to it. And I think we lost the fight already at that time. There was one guy who said, privacy, we're going to tell you how much you deserve. It is us. We don't care about the laws and so on. We are going to tell you how much privacy you deserve. And the second person said that if you want to do something and keep it secret, you'd better not do it, because we're going to find it out, and we know it. So these were the two, let's say, statements which came out of Silicon Valley, and they declared, we have now the power. Now, for you and me, we may deserve what we get. We're adults. But for our children, this is a different story, because I experienced in my body what was the coercive power, because when I was a student, there was dictatorship in Greece. So I know what is coercive power. Now the dictators, they are just dictating. They don't need the guns. So they're modulating us, they're profiling us, and they're serving us. So for the kids...
And to use your terminology, controlling us to some degree.
Yes, because this is control. This is power of control, not power of confinement. And our kids are born in this regime, and they cannot recognize it. That is a coercive regime. So it is like the fish in the water. They don't recognize the water because they're born in it. So my question is, what do we need to do to give our children the capacity and the means to understand where they stand and to be able in their future to find some ways to escape or to resist or to be creative? We cannot release them anymore. This is done, the game. We do not resist when they declare their will, these persons and these powers. So just to give you some examples of what can be done, for instance, we can reduce the power they exert on our children. If you take the big platforms of the internet, they are made for adults. They don't make any, let's say, differentiation, who is the user, and they declare it, this is democracy. They say we give the same access to everybody.
And for the most part, they don't even really know who the children are.
Yes, but they package it very conveniently under a terminology of democracy. We say we're very democratic, we give all the people the same access. Okay, if you do this, then you treat our children like adults, and you deprive our children their childhood for which they have a right. It is a codified right of the United Nations. We're not talking about a moral right. It is a legal right. If they don't give it, whatever. So, and we accept it. And they were fined $100 million, so the FTC fined them for ridiculously, because they ignore the laws and the rules. And of course, they laugh about it.
Yeah, Google stock went up the day after the first big fine of several billion they got from the EU. Yeah.
Yes, so this, but here it was just 100 millions. And I mean, this should be administrative punishment. If you cannot distinguish that 1/3 of your users are children, then stop this business. Because what are you doing to the souls of our children? What does it mean for whole generations of children to lose their childhood and to be absorbed? And I'm not talking about porn sites. I'm talking about really the loss of energy and time by being sucked into and be manipulated to be sucked into these virtual environments where they're cut off of their physical environment, from their physical friends, from their nature, and so on. What are we doing to our children? And I think we cannot continue like this anymore. And we have to do something. And my question is, what we can do as technical, let's say, bodies or technical people against this. And I think we can do a lot. And as a matter of fact, because everything that you are talking about and analyzing, if you're not acting upon it, then it is useless. So, and you know that we put, at least I put my money where is my mouth, and the organization I'm leading also is doing the same. And we started really large-scale programs with the goal to regain some of the lost territory. And it is very much about governance of data and how we can reclaim this lost ground. And I would say that the key expression is we must force the establishers of these platforms to have age-appropriate design for their platforms. If 1/3 of the users are children, then these platforms must be age-appropriate. And if they say we cannot do it, then stop your business. It is not us to tell you how to solve the problem. It is them to solve the problem they have created.
Constantino, many people in the room might be surprised that the guy who represents 500,000 global engineers is talking this way, because the engineers built all this stuff. So the part of what you're trying to do is to get those engineers to think differently. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, and for instance, we are now working together with legislators and regulators to build standards which really put in practice what I'm telling you. Because there are some regulators who are quite advanced. They are building codes for age-appropriate design. They say this is what should be done. And then, of course, the big companies, which have thousands of experts, come and say, this may sound good, but technically it is not possible. So there are two answers to this statement. it is technically possible because there are technical platforms. So, and it is your business model who doesn't want to do it. So, but if you believe it is technically not possible, then stop doing it, because there are rights of 1/3 of your users that you are really mistreating. And it cannot be, we cannot accept anymore that when there's a computer in the loop, that we ignore all the laws, because we say we cannot code for it. This is what they're saying, we cannot code for it. This is the expression they're using here. This is extremely arrogant. You cannot be above the law. I mean, the law must be for all of us, and in particular for our children. So, and I think we can play a role, and we are doing it. We're working together to build really the tools that the regulators need, because they cannot go really to the, we have to raise up from the bottom as they come down from the top. And for us, it means building bridges, investing there in building these bridges, because we cannot solve this problem alone. And we have not created it alone, but we must be part of the solution, and this must be embedded in something bigger. And we engineers do not like this, because we like to pretend we are innocent and good people. We are doing just good things. There are other bad people who take these good things we are doing and use them for bad purposes. This is not true. And what I'm usually saying is that the time of innocence, if ever there were one, should be over now. We must assume our responsibility for the things we are doing, the part of the responsibility. And so there is a lot we should do, and there is no time to lose anymore. And so I appeal to you. I have two appeals. One is, wherever you are, put pressure on us.
On the engineers?
Yes, yes. We deserve better than really our pseudo-religion of innocence. And the second is, join us when we call you. And we create also open frameworks where everybody can participate. It's not just an engineering issue we're talking about here. If we talk about standards for children governance, data governance, then it is, we need pedagogues, we need psychologists, we need sociologists, we need a lot of kind of people, also activists, we need you. And our systems are very open, everybody can participate. We can talk later if you are interested what we are doing here and how you can engage. So I'm here really for an open call for engagement, and just to tell you that we start to be on your side. We should not just be on the side of the people who pay us, but we should be also on the side of society. Fight really, at least for democratic and open societies.
Good. You know, and I want to just tie two additional strands into that. One person is going to, right after this, Tristan Harris is going to be talking. He is going to say some things that are astonishingly parallel to what you just said, even more than I had realized. And I think we heard Fadi yesterday talk about the need for gathering new people, new bodies, of new ways of talking together to help find collective solutions. Kasper Kling, who's the ambassador from Denmark to the global technology community, who's going to close our day, also is working very hard at finding new structures of diverse communities, including nation states and NGOs and companies, to try to work on all these problems together. So that's fantastic. And I just want to also, if anybody didn't know it, the motto of the IEEE, if you go to their website, it says, Tech for Humanity. That's right underneath the logo. But who has a question or a comment? I'd love to, was that your hand up, Mark, or were you scratching your head? Okay. Over here, okay, please.
Hello, I'm Olivia Rudgard from The Telegraph. I'm curious about how, whether you think that the education of engineers should change as a result of your appeal. Should there be kind of more ethics integrated into engineering degrees, or psychology, or education, or what humanities should be taught as well as the technical skills that people get?
Yes, and we have, and what we are doing in this direction, we have established a body of knowledge which is called ethically aligned design. This is really this is epic. This is several hundred pages, created several years through a global network of hundreds, thousands of people. And our ambition was to give our peers and also to the studying engineers the tools to do really a better job from the beginning, from the design. And we want to insert this into the curricula of the engineering schools. So working together with several universities so that it becomes integral part. That means taking into account the contextual aspects of technology, that means the context in which technology is built and how it is deployed is extremely important. We cannot ignore it anymore. In particular, if we talk about these intelligent technologies, which are very intrusive in our everyday life. It is about who we are and how we behave. So they are very they are coming into our body, not only in our house, these technologies.
Well, engineering education possibly never anticipated the gravity of the outcome that some of these engineered products would have. Who else has a comment or a question?
There was somebody here.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Bari Williams, and I am a lawyer. And so when you just said that engineers and people that are making this technology are not above the law, the problem is there are no laws. So how would you think about regulating this or putting some type of guideline or framework in place to ensure that ethical products are created?
So I disagree. There are laws, and they are not obeyed to. So, I mean, in the domain where there are no laws, we can be creative and try to find. But there are a lot of laws that are really not respected. And we can start by this, enforcing the law. We can start by this. I can give you many examples.
You mean not treating cyberspace as a completely separate domain?
Yes,
and just
it should.
recognizing
I mean,
it's
the
part of life?
rights that our children have, for instance, in the physical space, they would have it also in the cyberspace. In the physical space, we don't send our children to, let's say, to whatever establishments.
How do you feel about what Martin Sorrell said on stage this morning, that among other things, these are media companies, they need to see themselves as media companies, they need to take responsibility for their content, and if they won't, then they need to be regulated as such.
I mean, this is also an example. This is also an example, yes.
You don't disagree?
Oh, no, yeah. Not at all.
All right, well, as I said, we're going to continue the same discussion with Tristan. I hope, actually, because there's so many people of similar mind in this room and at this conference, I hope you will find ways of talking amongst yourselves and with our assistance, if we can offer it, to continue this dialogue collectively. So.
Yeah, and again, if you want to understand what we are doing, how we are walking the talk, and where we are putting our money, where is our mouth, just come and talk to us, and I'm sure you will find a way to engage, because these are very important matters, and we cannot wait anymore. We cannot lose any more time.
Thank you, Konstantin.
Thank you.
So good. So good to have that on our stage. And what we're going to have next is also going to be quite amazing. Tristan Harris has been called the closest thing Silicon Valley has to a conscience by The Atlantic. After having been the design ethicist at Google, he's now created the Center for Humane Technology, co-created it, and he's going to talk a lot about his values, what he's discovering, what he would like to see happen. But even more exciting, it's not just Tristan, it's Tristan with Casey Newton, who anybody who follows anything about social media, if you don't get Casey Newton's email, you are out of the loop at this point. Within a very short time, he has established himself as the authoritative journalist on what's happening with social media. And so I'm very pleased that Casey will be interviewing Tristan, and they'll have a conversation. So Tristan and Casey, come on up.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And hello, Tristan.
Hey.
We're excited for this session. If you're looking at your phone or computer during this session, just know that you're making Tristan's point for him. You have prepared something for us to look at to kind of set the terms of the discussion.
Set the tone, yeah. So I just wanted to walk through, there's so many different problems in technology, addiction, polarization, fake news, election integrity. I thought we could set the stage about why so many things seem to be going wrong at once. So just some quick slides, and these are auto-playing. The real problem of humanity, as E.O. Wilson said, is that we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. We're chimpanzees with nukes, and these Paleolithic emotions are the ancient part. So when I was a kid, I was a magician. They're all about hacking your Paleolithic emotions. While we are all looking out for the moment when technology overwhelmed our strengths, it went over us, we missed a much earlier point when technology went underneath our weaknesses. And when technology overwhelms human weaknesses, that's what a magician does. Let's walk through what happened. So when it overwhelmed our cognitive limits, we feel that as information overload. When it overwhelmed our dopamine, we feel that as addiction, compulsive use. When it overwhelms our social validation, that self-image approval, we feel that as mass narcissism, confirmation bias and fake news, outrage and polarization. And when it overwhelms our trust, you get bots and deepfakes. If you then look at the second order consequences, information overload leads to shortening attention spans, social isolation, teen depression, suicide, breakdown of truth-making, and post-truth world. So this together is a connected system of harms, not one problem, that is what we call human downgrading. It's the climate change of culture. Sorry, these slides are going fast because it's on autoplay. And this is critical because, I think I know what's coming next, the complexity of our critical problems and our global challenges is only growing, right? The complexity of climate change, complexity of inequality, what should we do? The human capacity to respond is tapping out. So the biggest problem is that our biggest problems are exceeding our capacity to solve them, right? And human downgrading is existential because it does that, right? It's never been harder to make sense of the world, and what we have to do is obviously flip this around and upgrade human capacity. So how do we fix that? What do? Do we turn off notifications and turn our phones off, grow grayscale? That would be like being in a burning building of climate change and saying, let's ban straws. It's just ridiculous. We need to actually deal with the business model of capturing human attention, paired with the biggest market values in history. That's what we have to decouple. Just really quickly on how we do that as an organization, we focus on how do we change how technology is built. To do that, we change the conditions with external pressure, internal pressure, and aspirational pressure. And to do that, we have to ask transformative, not lightweight questions like removing likes from Instagram, but ask transformative questions about how technology should be designed. So that was a quick overview of, I think, some of the core issues.
So let's get specific about what that means. As a journalist, I'm arguably an attention capitalist. But I presume that you don't think the biggest problem in the world is like digital media, right? You outlined a lot of problems right there. Do you want to talk about like how you think we should triage like those many harms that you identified? And maybe if you're sitting in this audience and you want a place to dive in, where might that be?
Well, the reason we go, one of my mentors is this guy, Daniel Schmachtenberger, and he talks often about needing to find the generator function of the problem, right? Because otherwise you're playing whack-a-mole. So if you say like, oh, climate change, and you have some people freaking out about the loss of bees, some people freaking out about the Amazon, other people about coral reefs. And if you try to solve those problems, each one is it's infinitely complex, and you're trying to play whack-a-mole. You're trying to save this coral reef, and meanwhile the whales die and the pollinators die. So same thing with this. If you try to deal with fake news and your Facebook, and you hire 35,000 content moderators, when you have 2.7 billion people, that's just not the right way to think about it. The fundamental problem, the generator function for all of these harms, was technology getting better and better at hacking human weaknesses. And if you ask, why in the world would technology want to become a magician that's hacking your cognitive limits, your social validation, your confirmation bias, et cetera? And the answer is because of the business model of more changes in your behavior and attention equals more money for me. And so long as those things are coupled, then we have a problem. The thing that makes it unique from news and media, even though that has the same dynamic, is the real-time look at your behavior. So the fact that you're scrolling your news feed and you think you're just innocuously scrolling whatever your friends have to say, but what's really going on is that as you're scrolling, Facebook has woken up a little avatar voodoo doll of Casey. And they split test 100,000 things to show you next when you do this with your finger. It actually simulates all those different possibilities. And so it's playing out all these simulations on you, and your voodoo doll looks and acts more like you based on the clicks that you make, like put the little jacket on the voodoo doll, and the likes you make, put the hair on the voodoo doll. So it looks more like you. And
it looks great, by the way.
It looks pretty great, but the problem is the asymmetry. And so that's what's different from, say, you building a newsletter, and you charge money for your newsletter?
No, it's absolutely free, folks. TheVerge.com/interface.
Okay. Well, it's interesting when you think about, I'm curious with your incentives, but when we're not paying for the product, then we are the product. And I think that's always been true in certain forms of media with advertising, but with technology where that asymmetry has totally taken over, we're not really in control of world history anymore. The technology companies that are shaping our information sense-making environment are in control of every major electoral outcome, whether people believe conspiracy theories, things like that.
So clearly we need a counterweight to this technology, which is now incredibly powerful, as you say. I think the natural place where a lot of us turn is to regulation of some form. And I know you have met with policymakers over the past several years. What is your sense of where they're at, and to what extent do you trust them to craft regulation that can handle these issues with the nuance that they require?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to regulating the design of the platforms, that's obviously where you don't want, some senator in DC who's never been inside of a product design room saying, this is how we should design the color of that button, or whether infinite scroll or not. Although Senator Josh Hawley did introduce a bill that famously went after autoplay, and that's kind of an issue.
Yeah.
You want technologists and designers to be asking these questions, but you want them to be asking those questions in service of the public interest. And so the question is, what would liberate a technologist to ask that question, to ask what's best for people? What's best for, the last speaker talking about children. You have YouTube for Kids jacking kids in for hours a day. Even if you teach kids to meditate, or you have some great education during the day, they go home to 6 hours of being educated by the YouTube designers manipulating them with recommendation systems. This is a huge problem, and so we have to reintroduce, at the very least, I think, the kind of guardrails that we had in the previous era. I think in the last panel, they just talked about the fact that this meat space world has laws, but if you go up into the virtual mimetic space, we have no laws. And two examples of that are, if you think about equal price campaign advertising, that on television, it should cost the same amount on a Tuesday night for one candidate to run an ad and the other candidate to run an ad. When Facebook gobbles up elections and advertising for elections, it doesn't protect that protection. It doesn't carry it over. It says, screw that, we've got this ad auction system, regulation, there are no regulations, let's just let the machine calculate what to show. Should we calculate what's true, or should we have people reviewing that? No, let's just let people say whatever they want. So they just destroy all of the protections that we had there. Same thing, YouTube for Kids, FCC used to regulate children, what they're able to be exposed to. In fact, my understanding is, at least in earlier laws around children's television, you couldn't put a URL in a TV ad. And if you compare that to YouTube, where you're not, because they don't want to push people to the internet. There should be no link between watching TV and pushing a kid to the internet. Compare that to YouTube, where kids spend hours per day. It's literally pushing URLs at you, including, here's the next video, subscribe to this button, go to this website. So if you think about it, it's like we had laws around Saturday morning cartoons, laws around what we used to show children. When YouTube gobbles up that part of the world, it removes all those protections and laws. So I think there's two kinds of regulation to set the stage that you need. One is looking back at the past and saying, what areas of life or society has technology gobbled up, and we've lost important protections that we had? And then the new kinds of regulation are what new issues are being introduced that we don't have regulation for.
Yeah, so Josh Hawley is a fascinating figure to me. Half his ideas are completely terrible, and then the other half are incredibly progressive, so I don't know what to make of him. Banning autoplay video, maybe a great idea. Another one of his ideas is that we should not allow any content moderation that goes beyond the First Amendment, which would turn every single social platform into a place overrun with Nazis, right? And so Hawley, to me, is the perfect emblem of why I both am desperate for regulation and terrified of it, because no one can seem to talk about any of those issues with any nuance for longer than 30 seconds at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that itself is a product of the attention economy, that because we're only able to say things in short sound bites, people are left to say, it's like in the game theory of the debates for the presidential election, what do you think about the Middle East? Here's 30 seconds. You're actually better off game theoretically to attack your opponent with that 30 seconds than to say anything about the Middle East. It's the same kind of thing. And it's incredibly nuanced. I think when you think about the issue of Hawley and the content moderators, the issue is when you have 2 billion self-automated Truman shows. So each of us are jacked into a different channel of personalizing the information that tends to work with us. And then if you think about the fact that they don't have any way to sort of manage what goes on there, the simplest example of this is, do you all remember Facebook trending topics? So Facebook used to have trending topics, and what happened to it? It's not there anymore. So why did it go away? Well, and actually, you know the report, you probably did the reporting on this originally. Do you want to say what it was?
Yeah, so it was revealed that human beings were picking stories. And they didn't, they sometimes chose not to include, far-right stories, and this was interpreted as a giant international scandal, and Facebook freaked out and thought that conservatives would abandon the platform, so they just got rid of human moderators entirely, and so then
a wave of calculating what to show people now, just with the algorithm. So they used to have these like 8 or so topics on the right-hand side, the things most people were talking about, just like Twitter, and it turned out that humans were watching. So Facebook, after all this public pressure of, oh my God, they have humans choosing what's good for people, like editors, they said, fine, we'll get rid of the editors. And now they have the machines choosing. And what happens within 24 hours?
It's just overtaken by lies and hoaxes.
Lies and hoaxes take over, which shows basically as soon as you're not having human oversight, the crazy stuff wins.
Right, and also that's more politically palatable. Like when the algorithm chooses a lie, we can throw our hands up and say, it's computers, what are you going to do, right?
Right.
But it's, we didn't include a Breitbart link. It's like, that's the scandal.
So we have this really tough problem, like the walls are closing in from both sides, like in Star Wars, where you have essentially, Facebook has to both fire the humans that could discern what's good, some kind of notion of what's good, and that's the most politically safe thing for them to do, because anything other than that involves all this scrutiny. But the problem is, as soon as they do that, lies and hoaxes win and destroys the information ecology, and now we're all consuming nonsense. And that's what you're jacking into 2 billion people's minds. But what Facebook ultimately did is they took down trending topics.
Yeah, we should say they have a new news tab. They've hired human editors. I think that they have learned that particular lesson.
Right, but now you bring that back into advertising.
Yeah.
And this issue of micro-targeting. And Jack Dorsey banning political advertising.
On Twitter.
On Twitter. Which, in his note, he said, because this is an unmanageable thing, like we literally don't know how to solve this problem, because you can have machines split testing on people's avatar voodoo dolls the perfect political message to resonate with their nervous system. So I can play the minor fourth and the major sixth on your outrage, and that works on the piano key of your nervous system. And I can split test that, know what works on every single human being, and that's just this asymmetric narrative warfare thing and Jack knows that he can't solve that in an automated context. So he says, we have to turn this off. And then you look at Facebook's own standard with trending topics and saying, we know we can't prevent trending topics from going crazy and outrageous, so we have to turn this off. Except what are they doing? They still have political advertising. I think you've already heard here today from Marissa Mayer and the CEO of LinkedIn saying we should ban political advertising. We definitely need to have a conversation and ban at least micro-targeting, if not political advertising, in this country.
Which seems like the sort of regulation that you could pass that would not require that much nuance. Whether there's political support for it, I don't know.
Well, I think one side currently is winning by there not being regulations on it.
That's the problem, right? It's like whatever broken system you live in, half of the country is maybe benefiting from it. Okay, so I'm coming out of this maybe not super optimistic that we're going to see meaningful regulation in the short term that is going to address the concerns that you raised. In your presentation, and I've heard you use this analogy before, you likened some of these problems to climate change, right? It's like a collective action problem. With climate change, there are things that I can do to make the world better. I can eat less meat. I can take fewer flights. What are the analogs in this attention crisis?
We always struggle with this because it really is a systems problem, and there's different things. So with the election, frankly, I don't know what degree of changes that, given the best case scenario of the engineering capacity of Facebook and Twitter, that they can actually do right now.
Yeah.
And I think you should really take this to heart. Facebook and Twitter don't have this magic button they can push called solving the whole problem and it all goes away, right? They can't just suddenly change the way that people are sharing articles to each other, the fact that our confirmation bias just happens to work. So I think what we really need is something like a public awareness campaign for the election. Something like in 1947, the US used to run domestic propaganda to its own citizens called Don't Be a Sucker. I don't know if you ever saw these videos. They were grayscale videos from, of course, everything was black and white back then. And it was a video of a guy getting up on a soapbox and shouting fascist propaganda. And then you see an American citizen listening, kind of, nodding his head, and someone puts his hand on his shoulder and says, son, that's fascism and this is how to spot it. Don't be a sucker. And we need that kind of thing for essentially the ways in which our sense-making is constantly being polluted.
By the way, that campaign never should have ended. Like, that should have just been a continuous 80-year-long campaign.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we had at the time, there was a group called, and I've talked about this many times, but the Committee for National Morale and the Institute for Propaganda Analysis that used to do this kind of, this was back in the 1940s. They were concerned actually about how does the government ethically propagandize an egalitarian democratic way to its own citizens, to sort of say we should have certain egalitarian values, and how do we kind of propagate and instill those values without being authoritarian and fall into the trap of who we're fighting against. But we've lost that, and I think that unless people really realize the extent to which we've been pulled artificially in these different universes, it kind of feels like, I've studied hypnosis in the past, and it feels like we've been manipulated into this multi-year-long hypnotic trance where we've been so gotten used to these different information environments, these different narrative universes, that we need someone to snap their fingers and wake all of us up out of this and saying none of this was a sort of good sense-making environment. We were drinking from the Flint water supply of information.
Yeah. And this is a completely self-serving point, but I sort of want to return to this idea of like, what can the average person do, right? Like I don't know, just as like a news consumer, I'm just so tired of the amount of problems that seem completely intractable, like that I just sort of have to endure. When it comes to the question of, what can I do about my own attention and the information environment that I live in, something that occurs to me is like subscribe to a high quality news source, right?
Yeah,
Like pay someone money for news that you trust.
Yeah, I was going to say, anytime you are interacting with someone whose business model is chasing your attention, you can always guarantee that, unfortunately, the bias will be built into the way that they're communicating to get you into a limbic hijack type, pulling you in over and over again kind of situation. So if you just simply said, I'm only going to look at, even if you think about the public health sort of side of it, that it's more healthy to look not at a moment-by-moment refreshing Twitter, but sort of a weekly review of these are the most important things I really need to know, and not actually having this kind of moment-to-moment stuff, we're really just losing, we've turned news into a hot take situation. I mentioned this phrase attention capitalism in the slide deck, and it's because that the real trend line has been we've found cheaper and cheaper ways of generating and producing human attention. So if you think about it, used to cost, a lot of money to pay those guys at the New York Times and to pay for security details and to pay for them to go over to the Middle East and have these 12-month-long investigative stories and research all this stuff, and we get it wrong 7 times before we get it right, and we have to double confirm sources. There's this huge amount of labor that went into producing this exact amount of human attention, which is monetized for this certain amount. But then instead of that, what if Facebook or Instagram can convince 1 million teenagers to be obsessed with getting attention from other people, generate their own Instagram accounts, and they'll actually do all that content generation work for free. So they're not like those expensive New York Times guys. So we can actually hollow out the media industry, hollow out the fact checkers, erode the line between sponsored content and written content, and we can have cheap ways of generating human attention. So in general, what I'm trying to get at is the quality of our sense-making has gone down in a really subtle way through everything, because we're getting more and more of information from hot takes, decentralized sources, faster decision-making, erosion of the line between church and state, between editorial and business, because there's nothing guaranteeing that for, say, Instagram publishers.
Yeah. Do you have a view on the value of an individual opting not to participate in one or any of the big social networks? Like, is that a valuable thing either for the individual or the collective?
To opt out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think obviously in the long run, we need to migrate to something that's healthier. I'm inspired recently, although I don't know much about it, but Jimmy Wales stepping in with this theoretically a Wikipedia nonprofit version of a social network.
Have you guys seen this? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah, so WT Social, I think that we have to be really careful, because just because you change the business model doesn't mean you stop making any of the same mistakes. In fact, you're most likely to make all the same mistakes. So it's going to take a hell of a lot of work to do it really differently, but that's inspiring. Talk about regulation again. Senator Mark Warner has, I think it's called the Access Act. That's the Interoperability Act. So the idea that with your phone number, you should be able to take your phone number and without changing your phone number, move from Verizon to AT&T, and there's a standard for that. So we let you interoperate. Same thing with banks. You fill out one form, and you can just move all your accounts to a different provider. Why is it that if Jimmy Wales is successful, builds a thing, we can't just instantly one-click migrate to a different, better provider? And Senator Mark Warner's access bill is something that's getting at that, and it was inspired in part by AOL. The AOL Instant Messenger used to have a kind of a monopoly on instant messaging, and it was during AOL's monopoly. And as I understand it, during the antitrust investigation and some regulations that were passed, they forced AOL Instant Messenger to be interoperable. So that meant that you could have a Jabber client or iChat or any old independent client connect into AOL, and you could still connect to the network.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing that loosens that monopoly grip, it's actually potentially faster than getting a full antitrust breakup of the companies, but instead creating the interoperability now so that these kinds of alternatives can be experimented with.
Yeah. You had this incredible success last year where after writing and talking about the idea of time well spent, Apple and Google in this incredibly short period implemented screen time controls and sort of took a step down that path. It strikes me that what you want them to do is much more difficult. And so I just wonder, like, how have your conversations with those folks, either at sort of the high level or the rank and file, changed over the last year as you've started to talk about wanting to see them make more radical changes?
It's a great question. I mean, I think the thing that's most inspiring to me is the Facebook employee letter. I don't know how many of you saw this, but the fact that Facebook's own employees wrote a letter to Mark Zuckerberg with the line, "This is still our company," really powerful rhetoric, and actually saying we need to do this differently. That had never happened before. We've been trying to wake up people, in the industry for a long time. As I mentioned in our theory of change, inside pressure from inside employees is the fastest way to create change, much faster than regulation, because if you have an HR crisis and it's way more expensive to replace those employees, that's the fastest way. So that has been really inspiring to me, that there's some changes happening there. Jack Dorsey, top down, saying, all out, we're going to ban political advertising, and that moving the Overton window is really inspiring. Yes, it's true that the changes that we're advocating for are much deeper and much more structural. And the best thing would be for Apple to take a huge leap forward from just showing you a chart and graph of where your screen time is to completely reorienting the incentives away from attention. This would be like changing the App Store into like a help center where I'm not getting apps, I'm getting things that help me with different parts of life to make sure that life looks like how we want it to look, meaning that our choices end up lining up with our values. And that could be things like deeply integrated into the calendar, changing the orientation of app stores so it's not about the most grossing or most downloaded, but instead the things that help people with the most with these kinds of values or these kinds of values. And that's a very deep structural change, but that's the kind of thing that only Apple can do. They're kind of like the central bank or the Federal Reserve of the attention economy.
Well, I think it's about time to take some questions from the crowd. Folks have questions? See one right here.
So thank you. I paid a lot of attention. Can you talk a little bit about the best tools for self-manipulation? Things like analyzing how much you use stuff, how long-term you think, just all the stuff that they use against us if we use it on ourselves.
You mean like what? Like when they use what against us?
Maybe there's this really famous guy. It would be nice for him to know exactly how often he tweets and how much more he misspells things when it's 2 a.m. in the morning versus, just a little more self-analysis that gives you some outside perspective on your own behavior.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
What do you know and what would you design if you had the time?
Oh, I don't know. It's a great prompt. I think if you just think to yourself in that specific notion that you just laid out, how do you feel when you're using Twitter at 11:30 p.m.? Not very good. How do you behave? What do you ever respond outrageously or feel bad or do something you wish you didn't do? Now imagine the president in that state. These design tricks of persuasive technology work on everyone. And I think that's it's really weird about this is we're talking about at the Paleolithic level these features of ourselves that outrage has this effect on us, that confirmation, it feels good to get affirmation of our beliefs, it feels bad to get information that goes against our beliefs. When you realize that that's true of every human being on the planet, it calls for a kind of we're all in the same boat together. I don't know what those tools would look like, but I think that it's a good project for at least in Twitter, you could do that since there's open APIs. It's hard to do that with things like Facebook because they're closing down certain aspects.
Maybe take one more. Oh, that's great. Sure.
Tristan, huge fan of yours, first of all. Thank you so much for all of the dialogue that you've encouraged. I know a lot of people have been affected by it, so thank you. My name is Lakshmi. I was at WeWork as of 3 weeks ago. I'm no longer there. But before that, I worked in the dating category for about 7 years. Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. So before that, I worked in the dating category for about 7 years, really trying to make it a more humane process. And it's funny, when you bring up the topic of dating, people tend to kind of back away. There's a lot of like shame and vulnerability associated with it, but it's a really big part of our lives. And I actually think it impacts way more than we're willing to talk about. And we've accepted all of these tools into the dating world that many of them were devised by fraternity brothers when they were in their 20s, and they have set the standard for how we're connecting and meeting people when it comes to dating. So I had a couple of questions. One, is your Center for Humane Technology looking at this area at all and developing a point of view? And if not, can you and I talk?
Thank you. Yeah. We just gave a presentation this past Thursday, this event called What's Now, and we laid out, if we're going to change how we design these products, I don't think, one thing that's really difficult for an industry is we've defined many of the problems. We don't have an aspirational vision of how this looks if we get it right. Right now it just feels like everywhere we go it looks wrong, and it's bad. And I think with dating, one of the examples that I gave in the presentation was instead of trying to disrupt everything and try to engineer a tech solution, I think the new version of humane technology is identifying what already works great in human relating and how to wrap around and instrument and strengthen those mycelium pathways, almost like permaculture for the social fabric. So you're really thinking about like gardening the existing things that work in your human social fabric garden. So that's like, if 40 single people gather for a weekend in a cabin for 3 or 4 days, like we have all this great chemistry between ourselves that makes that work really seamlessly, dancing, salsa dancing, things like this. And I think the technology is trying to recreate that process from scratch instead of actually trying to wrap around and strengthen the existing ways that it works great. And the weird thing is we've lost track of the ways that it works great because we've been through a multi-generational decay of the cultural fabric institutions that tend to promote the things that work anyway. So I'd love to talk to you more about that if you want to find us afterwards.
Okay, I'm up here both to stop the session, but also to ask a question of both of you. One of the things that really has struck me, and I think about this quite a bit, the inability or unwillingness of the platforms to engage in any kind of public dialogue about these questions at all, except when called to Congress, or for God's sake. I mean, you two, me and Konstantinos, we should be talking to them publicly, and they should be bearing responsibilities for their public statements when asked real questions in public.
Yeah.
But Zuckerberg, I don't think he's really taken real questions in public since 2 years ago when he put his foot in his mouth on this very stage. So how do you guys feel? Is that something you would like to see? Do you think there's any hope of it?
I mean, for me, this feels a little bit like debate me, you coward, right? Which I'm not sure how helpful it would be because I can't name an issue where I don't know Facebook's opinion about it, right? Like they're not secretive in their beliefs. You could argue that they actually talk a ton. I mean, Zuckerberg was on a press call with reporters last week. I mean, I've asked a couple of questions in the past year on subjects just like that. So like, I actually would almost remove Facebook's viewpoints from the conversation because we know what they are, and it's always going to be an answer that serves the ideology. Like what I find is that they experience pressure from folks like Tristan and others, and then they move in a direction. And so to me, what's more interesting is to watch that movement, as opposed to
That's a very good answer and not one that I would have given, obviously.
I'll just say one.
What do you have any different view?
I mean, I think they definitely should come to bear, but I think what Casey just said is, I often use this metaphor of listening to tech leadership is sometimes like watching a hostage in a hostage video. Like they're saying this kind of gibberish and you're like, why are they talking in this bizarre way that doesn't make any sense? Until you see off stage of someone holding a gun to their head, that's their business model, and you realize, oh, that's why they're not making any sense. And that's the truth. Like they're saying this bullshit, frankly. that I don't blame them as people. I think the leadership are trapped. So instead of seeing them as evil or bad, I think they're trapped. And we need to help them, but to have an honest conversation about how to help them, we have to be in that kind of dialogue.
Yeah, I do think a public, some kind of, there's so many players in the ecosystem of the planet that are implicated in this, that even though they do talk to reporters, they've got to come out of their shell. That's my opinion. And I hope, I don't know if that's going to happen, but there's so many issues, and I love your video. That was the best distilled version of your message I've seen yet, so thank you both so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, David.
Really good.
This is
Great.
fun.
So good to meet you.
Yeah.
Give you a hug.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Tristan. So now we have a break until 3:30, so enjoy it.
this magical person. And did somebody magically turn these on because they didn't tell? Okay.
So being at Micron back in the earlier days definitely was not the most inclusive company that we are today.
I really wanted to be normal like everybody else. I didn't want to be stigmatized as somebody different.
And at that time, my English was very bad, so I felt really outside because I didn't understand what the people were saying.
Well, coming in from India to the US as a foreign student was certainly quite challenging for the first few months for me. Those days, early days, were hard because I was totally an outsider.
I went to the bathroom one day, and coming out of the bathroom, this person stopped and was telling me about something needed to be cleaned up. I guess he assumed that I was a janitor. And I know there are a lot of people of color that works in the janitorial department, and I felt in a way that I was stereotyped in that way. It's like, you know, I was a janitor and nothing else.
I was once told I was using the wrong restroom because as someone who was gay, I shouldn't be using the men's room.
I remember one time I mentioned to a coworker that, hey, I am deaf. I can't hear very well. Can you speak up? And she was like, what? You're deaf? You don't look deaf. And I'm like, what are they supposed to look like? Point them out to me.
She made a comment that why would you even bother studying so much when all you have to do is come back home and cook and take care of your kids and your husband.
To me, inclusion means that every team member feels respected and that their voice matters.
Everyone is important. Everyone is valued.
It's when people are free to be able to express themselves.
You have to be able to listen to all the various points of views, and that leads again to new ideas.
You see diversity every single day when you walk through those doors. That's important to me. I come from a different background, but I don't think of myself as different when I walk in.
And if we all feel included and belong in a company, a company can go to the next level.
We need to work together, listen to each other.
Once we listen to each other's story and find out where those stories come from, we have better chance to understand and work with each other.
And together, we can co-create something beautiful.
The good thing is that I work at Micron now. Who did care how I look? They don't care how I talk. All they care is what I have to offer.
I now feel comfortable bringing my authentic self to work. And I found that when I brought all of myself to work and not just a piece of myself or what I thought people wanted to see, that is when my career really took off.
Instead of staying with the stereotype, we should challenge ourselves and ask ourselves, why do we think the way we do? And then talk to each other. Talking to each other helps us understand the differences, not see them as higher or lower value, but see them as differences that we can work with.
We want to make sure that all different backgrounds, all different voices are really equal in terms of their representation here at Micron.
Together, we can build a stronger, more inclusive company. Well, thank you, everyone. That was our diversity, equality, and inclusion video. Will be available externally on December 4th, along with our diversity, equality, and inclusion 2019 report. For those of you all who don't know me, again, I'm the Vice President of Diversity, Equality, and Inclusion at Micron, and I'm also a visiting professor at San Jose State University. So I thought I would go ahead and just jump right into the presentation and start by telling you all a little bit about my background and my perspective. So that's me 20 years ago. I know you all can't believe it. I can't believe it either. But I started my career actually teaching, and this is a photo of me teaching at the Henry Robinson, thank you, the Henry Robinson Multi-Service Center in West Oakland, which is actually a homeless shelter for parents and their children. And so there are a lot of similarities between me and the students that you see in this picture, but there are also some things that are unique that I want to talk about. So similar to me, these students grew up in what is considered the flatlands of Oakland. So Oakland is divided by a freeway by 580, or another reference point is MacArthur Boulevard. And then you also have above MacArthur the Oakland Hills. And so what was interesting is that many of these students are from single parents homes, such as I am. But what was unique for my situation is that my father was college educated and he was a strong advocate of education. And so he was able to find an opportunity for me to attend a public school above 580 so that I could have the best Oakland public education available to me. And I really think that that was instrumental in me being able to, for one, be here today, because I received a quality education. I had teachers who invested in me. I had resources available to me that many of these students unfortunately didn't have. And so that's one of the reasons that I'm so passionate about diversity and inclusion. It's really about making sure that everyone has access to education, to information. As Jeff shared, talented people should have an opportunity to land the career that they're interested in. So why does DEI matter to Micron? So I'm sure you all have seen the data. For example, the Harvard Business Review points out that companies that have higher diversity actually have higher OP, 12% versus 8% on average. Gartner did a survey last year, and they shared that companies that are diverse and inclusive actually have 20% higher employee engagement. So the statistics are there. One business case that I love is actually for Frito-Lay. So they had an employee resource group that was really geared towards their Hispanic and Latino population. And this group decided that they were going to pitch a new Dorito. And who doesn't love Doritos? I do. So they came up with an idea for a guacamole flavored Dorito chip. And they pitched this to their executives and to the sales team, and they weren't quite sure, but they worked very closely with the R&D team and told them they needed to add more lime to the flavoring. And the end result was that chip, Doritos guacamole chip, was one of the best-selling chips, and in year one, it grossed $100 million in sales. And so that is the power of diversity and inclusion. It's really making sure that the people we work with, the employees that we have, are representative of the customers that we want to serve and the communities that we serve, and that they also have a voice so that they're able to share and accelerate our business growth. So we're at Techonomy. Let's talk a little bit about tech. Does tech include or does tech exclude when it comes to diversity and inclusion? So we saw a fabulous presentation from Dr. Colin Paris, and he shared a little bit about the advancements in AI and humble AI, which is different than arrogant AI, apparently. But through that conversation, we can see that we've made some huge advancements, but there's still an area for opportunity. So I'm sure all of us are familiar with the challenges with facial recognition. So a few years ago, there was a study that showed that facial recognition can actually identify a white male's face 99% of the time. But for women of color, that statistic was actually 35%. And that's because that population was left out of the test cases, right? So huge opportunity there. If you are keeping up with the news, apparently, even if you have a higher credit score than your husband, he may get 20 times more credit with the Apple Pay card to purchase things, right? So again, we can see how bias is built into our systems and our technology. So a huge opportunity there. And just earlier, Bari and I were having lunch, and we were talking about how this type of discrimination and bias is very unethical and almost criminal. So we, in particular, I was thinking of Oakland, California, where a software was piloted to identify areas that were predicted to have high crime and high drug sales. But unfortunately, what that algorithm was doing was it was highlighting areas that had a high population of minorities regardless of the crime rate. So those are just some examples of how we need to ensure that as we're designing software and we're utilizing AI and machine learning, that we are being inclusive and we're thinking about everyone as we're building, creating, innovating. Micron in particular is extremely dedicated to this. So we launched a $1 million grant in 2018 called Advancing Curiosity, the Advancing Curiosity Fund. And what that's really aimed to do is to provide funding to UCLA, for example. So they are working at really trying to eliminate bias in AI. We also, the Rochester Technology Institute also tapped into some of those funds to design AI solutions for people that are hard of hearing. So again, I really challenge all of you all as we're designing to think about tech including everyone and not just a portion of the community. So, how do we need to reset our thinking? One way we can do this is really thinking about the definition of diversity. I talked to a lot of different people about this topic, and one thing that I've noticed is we tend to think in one dimension. We see diversity as gender, and we need to create more representation, or we see it as a problem that impacts Hispanics or Blacks. But the reality is we all have a unique perspective. We all have some sort of diversity that we're bringing into this room today. So how do we tap into that? How do we appreciate that? How do we ensure that everyone in this room has equal speaking power so that the best ideas rise to the top? That really is our mission of diversity, equality, and inclusion at Micron. So thank you.
So you just spoke about different realms of diversity, and so I'm just going to jump right in. How do you feel about cognitive diversity versus representational diversity and what that means in tech?
Yeah, that is a great question. So one of the first things that I noticed stepping into Micron is we're an engineering population, so we are so focused on numbers and data and representation, and I really think that you need both, right? So even when you think about diversity and inclusion, it's almost thrown together, right? We're moving so fast, but they're two very different things. So I think about diversity as what we have in the organization. That's really our representation, our mix of people. And what I would like to see is that what we have matches the talent addressable market. Meaning if we see, 7% of people with disabilities as the US population, that should be mirrored in the workplace as well. But then there's also diversity of thought as well, which is also important. And that's more around creating an inclusive environment where all of those ideas can be put on the table and everyone feels comfortable sharing their perspective, right? And they're not holding back. So they're bringing their full self to work and they're sharing those ideas, and others are open to listening to those ideas. I think that's the key.
So how do you feel about, do you like the word diversity? I'm going to say full stop, I don't love it. And the reason being is that when you say it, there are certain people whose eyes just completely glaze over because they feel like it doesn't apply to them. And so I tend to prefer the word inclusion because everyone has a story about being excluded from something. So if you had to pick one, which one would you pick?
So I do like diversity. I think that they're both important. I think that people define diversity as one dimension, and that's where people get away from seeing themselves in the D. That being said, I've seen companies really struggle on their talent acquisition processes and to really recruit that talent and bring them in, but then the talent doesn't stay, right? So you're seeing constant turnover. You're really wasting the fruits of your effort because you don't have that inclusive environment. So if I had to pick one, I would say if you're going to spend your time somewhere, I would say spend your time on inclusion, because if you're creating an environment where people want to come on Monday morning and they feel that they're valued and they're respected and that their point of view is heard and amplified, that's going to naturally attract the diversity that you want. That word is going to get around, and you're not going to have to spend all your time in talent acquisition because people are going to want to come work there.
So we talked before about how diversity is a four-legged stool. So you should be thinking about your employee base, your customers, your board members, and your suppliers, and people tend to not focus as much on the last two in terms of their vendors and suppliers and board members. So how would you coach people or advise them to make sure that they're attacking it and thinking about it holistically from these four different angles?
Thank you for that question. So every company's diversity, equality, and inclusion strategy is going to be different. Ours is 4 pillars, so it's focused on, one, creating equality for all, so making sure that we are paying fairly, making sure that we are promoting fairly, that our hiring practices are inclusive. We're also focused on driving diversity, which is more of the representation piece, and the third pillar of our strategy is around inclusion. So making sure, again, when people get here that they feel welcomed. And then the last pillar of our strategy is really around thought leadership. And that's why I'm here today. It's really about sharing what we're doing, what's working, what's not working, so that we all can benefit from this as a community and help to make progress. So I would say for us, when we looked at our strategies, suppliers are such a large component of the work that we do. It would be negligent of us not to think about supplier diversity. So I'm super excited. This is the first year we're highlighting our supplier diversity program in our DEI report. And I've been actively partnering with with the procurement team to really think about how do we support our diverse suppliers? How do we ensure that they understand the requirements so that when they can continue continue to remain suppliers. So for Micron, for example, we have a lot of protocol around security, as you can imagine. So making sure that our vendors are ready for any new requirements that we're rolling out. It's a lot easier for a larger supplier to be ready opposed to a smaller supplier. So I think that has to be a part of your strategy. It's not just representation of employees and employee engagement. If you have suppliers, it's also thinking about making sure that you have equitable opportunities when we talk about equality for all suppliers. So that's one piece.
What would that look like to you?
Yeah, so to me, that looks like a competitive bidding process. So making sure that, so one, let me back up, looking at the suppliers that are available. So really understanding, you know, what type of goals should we have around diverse suppliers, what's truly available, and then making sure that we have a competitive bidding process where they are able to be a part of that process. And two, understanding that because they may be a smaller supplier, they may need a little extra holding along the way.
So when you're thinking about employee representation, and if you double click on that and you think about, okay, we have a certain percentage of employee representation, but if you kind of peel the layers of that onion back and you see, okay, well, 60% of these folks are entry level or they're contractors, or if they're not contractors, sometimes you're not even counting them. But what are some other things that people should be double clicking on and looking into, not just from a superficial or a high level, but what should they really kind of dig into and look into?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's so many areas that you can focus on. So I think one is acknowledging exactly what you said. So understanding not just your overall baseline of where you are from a representation standpoint, but looking at the various levels in your organization and understanding where you have opportunity, whether that's in your technical roles or your leadership roles. And then you want to look at where is that talent coming from. So if you're mostly bringing in senior candidates through referrals, maybe there's an opportunity to tap into other diverse agencies for those referrals. So I think having the partnership with talent acquisition for me is key. But the other thing is also acknowledging that there is a pipeline problem. So when I showed that picture earlier of the students in Oakland, the reality is when we look at our technical representation, for example, of blacks in engineering roles, there is not a wide pool to pull from.
See, I would push back on you for that. And the only reason being is you have Alabama A&T. You have North Carolina A&T. These schools are graduating thousands of black engineers a year, but people keep going to Harvard, Stanford, MIT, certain schools to select. And so you're already going to have a deficit when you're looking for certain types of diverse candidates because those students are not going to those schools. So is it about that there's a pipeline problem, or is it about you need to get out of your comfort zone and look someplace that you wouldn't normally look? My grandmother used to say, to get something you haven't got, you have to do something you haven't done.
Yeah, so I would encourage a two-prong approach, and so that's what we do at Micron. So one is we certainly recruit from all the schools you would think, MIT, UC Berkeley, and of course there is a smaller pool there. So we are really partnering with the diverse groups on campus, such as NSBE, the National Association of Black Engineers, to pull in that talent from those schools. But then the second piece of it is the partnership with the historically black colleges and universities. So I would say you need to go after both. But that being said, there is a smaller pool, and and there is no mistaking that we need to encourage more of our underrepresented groups to go into STEM. So I think that there's a huge opportunity. So I would argue that companies even need to go a step further and look at, for example, with Micron, we have a foundation. So we're really trying to expose the younger generation to opportunities in STEM and to the world of semiconductor and engineering at a much earlier age so that that talent is accessible, and we're continuing to increase that pipeline.
What are your thoughts on candidates from coding schools. So let's say that they don't go to college at all. There are some companies that don't necessarily prefer that. But what is your personal view on it?
So I say, again, that really to me is diversity of thought and bringing people in from different backgrounds. So there's certainly jobs that we would consider that require a 4-year degree, but there are many jobs that don't. And so I would say we would welcome that type of talent in our organization. And I think there's also an opportunity to bring in students like that and then put them through a 4-year program in addition to the coding skills that they have. So I think that that is a phenomenal way to bring diverse talent into the organization.
And how would you advise people to look at metrics for success in terms of what is or isn't working? So, and a perfect example is I see a lot of companies donate money to girls who code, black girls code, pick your favorite who code.
Yes.
And it's fine to do that, and it's very philanthropic, but if you are not tracking that cohort that you funded, and also if you don't have any placement or internships for them when it's over, how do you know how successful that donation was? So what do metrics for success, what would you advise people to look at in terms of successful metrics for any diversity program they have?
Yeah, so again, I've been having a lot of conversations about metrics. We love data at Micron. So best practice, what I've been reading and talking to my peers about is really you're looking for year-over-year improvement. So did you do better this year than you did last year as far as representation? Again, I think a lot of times people get stuck looking at just the representation of their organization, but they're not looking at the engagement of those groups. So I think engagement surveys are a great way to look at how inclusive your environment is. I think another great measure is to look at promotion rates. So who are you promoting? When are you promoting them?
How long does it take?
How long does it take, right? People don't like to wait more than a couple of years now. What criteria are you using? So I think good checks and balance all the way around. But I would say overall, when you're looking at the diversity inclusion initiative, you should be looking for year-over-year improvement. You should be looking at, are you creating an inclusive environment? So again, that can be your engagement survey. And you should be providing some type of, I would say, education to your employees. So one thing that we measure is we have an inclusive leader training, and we measure who goes through that training, right? And then once they've gone through, do their engagement scores improve? So I think there's a lot of opportunity to look at measurements not just around representation, but what does the environment look like, and what do your overall practices in your organization look like?
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage CEO at Gooder, Jasmine Crow.
I could see you.
Hey, Jasmine.
Hey, Stephen, how's it going?
Good, my friend. Welcome back to Techonomy.
Thank you for having me.
So, obviously, you're fabulous, right?
Oh.
As everybody will soon understand why.
I guess I just didn't know that, but that feels great to hear.
Right. But I'd love to sort of have you give folks in the room a quick sense of your origin story. How did you get into philanthropy and social entrepreneurship?
Yeah, definitely. I had moved to Atlanta, Georgia in 2013. Drove through downtown, saw lots of people on the streets that were homeless, and really just became inspired and decided to go home, post on Facebook that I was going to start having a Sunday dinner for people that were experiencing homelessness. And then I just started cooking meals in my kitchen and taking them out on the streets and feeding people, turned that into a pop-up restaurant. So I was renting tables and chairs and linens and actually printing out menus and letting people feel as though they were dining in a restaurant, trying to give them back their dignity. And that's how I got started in 2013.
And when did the light bulb go off in your head that there was something that would ultimately lead to Gooder?
Well, I would say the light bulb went off when a video from one of my pop-up restaurants underneath a bridge went viral on Facebook. And so I woke up one morning to millions of views and comments. And as I was reading through the comments, one of the reoccurring questions people kept on saying was, this is so amazing, which restaurants donate the food? And the reality was nobody. I was couponing, I was price matching. I always say I'm the reason Walmart doesn't price match anymore. And, you know, then I'm cooking all the food, I'm cleaning up at my kitchen. And so I start thinking like, why don't I get this food donated? It would make my life a lot easier.
Yeah. Should pause for a second to give some quick context. So more than half of all produce in the U.S. is thrown away each year, mostly from restaurants and grocery stores. Across the industrialized world, $680 billion worth of food is wasted, right? So that's helping make the business case for Gooder. How does Gooder work in a nutshell?
Definitely. So essentially, we inventory everything it is that a business sells, and we make it extremely easy for them to manage their food waste. So at the end of the night, they can request a pickup for any food that they could donate.
Who's they, to be clear?
Our customers. So our customers are typically restaurants, grocery stores, sports and entertainment venues, convention centers, any business that has food, hotels, hopefully soon. And they simply click on the items, they say how many they have. Our platform then calculates the weight of those items. We do all of that on onboarding, as well as the tax value. And when they push request pickup, we work with shared economy, ride share companies. So we're working with Roadie, Postmates, Lyft. The food gets picked up by a driver and then it's delivered to a nonprofit within typically a 3 to 7 mile radius, depending on the city. The nonprofit receives it, they sign for it like they would a UPS package, and then a donation letter is generated into that customer's portal. And on the portal, we also roll up a lot of sustainability data for the customers. So we could tell them for every pound of food they keep out of landfill, how many carbon emissions they're helping to reduce, how many gallons of water they're saving, just a wealth of information that they have. So now they have data and analytics as well on the items that they waste the most of. So they've never really had control of their waste stream, right? You're typically throwing it away, or even if you are donating it, you're donating it without knowledge of what you're wasting. And so Gooder now allows them to have the data, the true tax saving value of everything that they've donated, impact reports so they can see who they're supporting, the causes, and then this sustainability dashboard that can roll right into their sustainability reports or even their board reports, and we saw a lot of that this year.
Talk to us for a bit about blockchain and how that's helping you sort of organize and grow your business and share information back to your customers.
I think blockchain really is just the future of data, and for Gooder, we realized that we were dealing with tax deductions, and we wanted to make sure our customers were somewhat protected. If the IRS ever came to them and said, how are you trying to write off $10 million in food donations when you've never done this before? Now there's this hyperledger that shows every time they requested food for pickup, when Gooder recovered it, and when a nonprofit received it. And then it doesn't allow the business to go in and change the numbers. And so they can't, on a day that they donated, say 100 pizzas, go and say, let's add in an additional 0 because it has to now be verified. And then we're using a smart contract with the nonprofits, allowing that signature to send a donation letter on their behalf.
Sure. Food safety is obviously extremely important in what you're doing. Explain how you're navigating the food safety laws in different parts of the country.
Yeah, and every single city and county is different. So it's not even just a city. I mean, we're trying to launch in Miami right now, and Miami-Dade and Broward County, maybe 15 minutes away from each other, completely different rules. So we do a lot of R&D before we go into a market. But the difference between Gooder and when you say order food from Postmates, your food still has to be prepared. So you may see 40, 50 minutes for a driver to bring it to you. When food is entered for pickup with Gooder, it's already ready. So we're actually seeing food getting picked up sometimes in a matter of 4 to 5 minutes and then delivered. Sometimes that whole entire transaction is taking 12 minutes. Because we're keeping it so close. And then, we measure food safety in a variety of ways. All of our nonprofit recipients are also certified serve-safe food handlers. So upon registering with Gooder, we verify that. We verify that, of course, any food that we recover is prepared in a commercial kitchen. And then the biggest thing is keeping it very close to where it's coming from is the best case that we have.
What's been the trickiest part of scaling Gooder? And how are you scaling?
Yeah, I mean, I think the best part is that we now have really expanded this logistics partnership network. So we have drivers in every single city that you could think of. And so I think the trickiest part is getting people to look at solving hunger in new ways. I think that we have been really kind of tricked in thinking that charity is the only way to do it, right? We're doing canned food drives. Our corporations are so happy to send people to the food bank. It's viewed as the community, icon to solve hunger. And the reality is, if you really stop and you think about it, these ways have not solved hunger. What we continue to do is we're supporting the same businesses and we're doing the same. We're donating our money and we're going out, we're doing canned food drives. But the reality is the statistics around hunger do not change. And the kind of food that we're giving people is not well balanced. It's not healthy. And so what we really have to do oftentimes is go in, talk to businesses about food waste, like sharing those statistics that you just rattled off. So many people are ignorant to the fact that they're wasting a lot of food, that it's bad for the environment, and that wasted food is wasted money. So they're actually paying Waste Management or Republic Solid or whatever waste company that they use to actually throw this food away when they can actually be impacting their bottom line. So I think a lot of our job on the onset is education, and then we're actually taking a tops-down approach. So we work with SAP, we're working with the NFL, we're having really good conversations with the NBA and the Major League Baseball Association so that we get their buy-in, and then now we just expand across their network. So we're not having to go door to door, restaurant to restaurant. We really want to take the whole franchise and expand with them.
Sure. Briefly share, before we go to questions from the audience, briefly share some of the sort of responses that you got from potential investors and even partners about working with you, right? Especially, I mean, we should point out that less than half of 1% of all VC dollars go to Black women. So how have you even navigated that world?
I freaking hate that statistic.
Right?
It sucks to hear. Yeah, I hate that statistic. So I think when I was thinking about raising funds, that statistic was told to me. And what essentially we were saying was, yeah, you should jump in that ocean and try and swim across, but only 1 out of 1,000 people make it. And so it was actually a statistic that I think made me have a lot of fear in going to raise funding. And the reality is, quite frankly, when I was talking to investors and I'm talking about hunger, I'm talking about food waste, most of the investors that I met with were white males, many who had never been hungry, many who couldn't relate to my story of being in my kitchen in Atlanta, Georgia, and feeding people that were homeless on the streets. And so what I had to do was change my pitch. And I couldn't talk about how this company could change the world, how we could reshape how people have thought about hunger in this country for years and years. I started talking about the business case and that policy and legislation was starting to pop up in a lot of different cities and states that were going to make businesses have a solution for food diversion and organic waste. And I think when I came in and talked about that opportunity, then it worked out a lot better. I mean, I would get questions from investors like, oh, well, will you ever have too much food and no one to feed? And I'm like, well, if we get to that point, we've really done a lot, but we're so far from that. But that was the truth. I mean, that's what we dealt with a lot of times. And so, I mean, what I would tell everyone here, and definitely want to take questions, is we actually donate billions upon billions of dollars to nonprofit organizations to solve these same problems. But as a social entrepreneur, it's so hard for us to even get a fraction of that. And so if I could get just a percentage of the $2 billion that was donated to hunger fighting causes last year, not only could I create more economic opportunity in the cities that we operate in, lots of jobs for people, we come in as entrepreneurs with a focus on the solve and not a focus on the let us be still in existence. I'm not going to spend that money on advertising and on billboards and getting celebrity endorsements to talk about hunger. I'm going to spend the money to actually hire people to do the work. And that's the biggest thing that I think is the greatest opportunity. A lot of people in the giving space have got to start investing their money in social entrepreneurs that are trying to solve these causes.
And in fact, you're recommending that philanthropists and individual investors consider, putting 10% of their contributions into social entrepreneurs like yourself, right?
I think the returns are a lot better because obviously if you've been investing in hunger fighting charities for 30 years, you haven't solved hunger, right? So if you're going to invest in an entrepreneur, not only do you have an opportunity to get money back if that entrepreneur and that company is successful, but you're actually going to see real impact statistics on a daily basis of what they're doing.
Questions for Jasmine from the audience?
It's really bright.
Yeah. No questions for Jasmine. Right here, please introduce yourself. Give us 1 second, please.
Hi, I'm Allison from Morgan Stanley.
Hi, Allison.
Could you talk a little bit more about, you said food banks aren't providing nutritional meals. Could you talk about how that plays out in reality? What does that really mean? Could you break that down?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you guys a quick example and leave with this. A few years ago, I was doing a lot of research, so I volunteered at a food pantry, and there was about 50 people in line waiting to come and get their weekly portion of food, and what we were giving them were 2 bottles of Diet Snapple, a bag of kettle potato chips, a gallon of barbecue sauce, Weight Watchers Ding Dongs, which is no fun, right? Belvita breakfast biscuits, yeah, Belvita breakfast biscuits. We were giving them a can of refried beans, a can of peas, and a small can of corn, a superhero-shaped vegetable-enriched macaroni noodle, and French green beans, the kind that would go on a green bean casserole. And that is what we were giving people, and there were about 100 people in line to get it. And that's what I talk about between the difference where Gooder can come and work with a company or a business like Ritz-Carlton and get the kind of food that was left over after we had lunch today, and now get that to a family, and that's the difference between what we do and what food pantries do.
It's great stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Is there one more question for Jasmine from the audience? Oh.
Hi, I'm Kitty with the Aspen Institute. Thank you for this, because I'm passionate about this myself. I'm still unclear, how do you deliver food from, say, the Ritz-Carlton here within 5 minutes to somebody needy? How do you go directly to families? Do you go only to food banks? And it also raises the whole question of, I thought there were a lot of rules and regulations about not distributing food from pre-prepared food from restaurants that made it really complicated. So are the rules changing around the country around this?
Yeah, I think what I would call that is, I think the rules have been changed since 1996 when President Bill Clinton signed the Good Samaritan Act, which essentially says in clear writing, businesses donating food in good faith will not be held liable. And so I think what we do is we pass these acts and we sign them, and we don't educate businesses or the community on what the law really is. So that notion of, oh, it's illegal or someone will get sick is what we think. And so that is incorrect. It's actually not only legal in many cities and states, it's actually being encouraged, and incentives are offered to businesses. We do serve a variety of people and not just food banks. As a matter of fact, we don't deliver to any food banks. Our nonprofit recipients typically look like veterans' homes, group homes, so in some cases this is going right to a house that maybe is housing 15 to 20 young men that are parentless. We are also serving homeless shelters, we're serving after-school programs, we're serving a lot of senior programs. That's one of our largest recipients. We have a national partnership with National Church Residences and Mercy Care, so a lot of affordable, low-income senior citizens receive food from us. We have a program called Gooder Girls. It's a spinoff of Golden Girls, if you guys have ever seen that show. And those women get alerts when food is coming to the senior home. They receive it, they announce it to the entire building, and I've never seen the seniors move so fast. So we really have this network that we've built. We have nonprofit registrations in 42 states and 17 countries, and so we have a really way more need than we have supply.
Is there one more question for Jasmine? Awesome. Jasmine, thank you so much for the work you're doing. Appreciate it.
Please welcome to the stage President and Head of Products at LiveRamp, Anika Gupta, with Dan Costa.
All right. The bad news is we have to follow
I know.
It happens every year at Techonomy. I'm like sitting backstage, I'm like, oh no. But
Data and privacy is an equally interesting topic.
data and privacy. Are we excited about data and privacy, people? Yes. Yes. So let's talk about LiveRamp. I'm in the media industry, so I'm familiar with LiveRamp, but I was doing my research, I check on Wikipedia, and I'm told that LiveRamp is a SaaS company that it does a quote, offers a quote, identity resolution platform. So what exactly does that mean?
So I'm not going to go into a ton of detail, but basically what we do at LiveRamp is we help companies connect data so that they can make it useful. So a very tangible example is that we work with Fortune 500 brands, and they're trying to understand everything about their customer, and understand that the same person that's walking into their store is a person showing up on their website, is a person who's seeing an ad, the person who's calling into their call center to get product help. And all of these other areas and mediums of interaction, that all of these are happening to the same person. So we help companies pull together all of this data so that they can understand who their customer is. We do it in an anonymized way, and then we help them leverage that data so that they can personalize the next interaction that they have with that customer. And if you look at the world today, one thing that technology companies have done is really revolutionize the way that consumers expect to the relationship that consumers expect to have with brands. Consumers want every interaction to be a meaningful one. They want their data to be used in a way that's preserving trust, but they also want the experiences that they have to be incredibly personalized and relevant in the moment. And so what LiveRamp does is we're helping companies leverage the power of their data and bring that together to drive those meaningful experiences.
So we'll get into some of the specifics, but you've been at LiveRamp since 2010.
Yes.
How has the business changed, the data business, over the course of the last 10 years?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So there are very few people, I think, in the Bay Area that have been with the same company for 9 years. But I think what really has drawn me into this industry is just the rapid state of innovation and change. Back in 2010, there were, online advertising was still relatively new, especially using data for advertising. Auctions were new, retargeting was new, and so there was not as much of an understanding about how data could be used to drive better targeted advertising and targeted personal experiences. And now the world is completely different. Everyone understands that there's data is being used in many different ways. There's a lot of fear that that's driven, and rightfully so, because there are many companies that have abused the way consumer data is used. But there's also a lot of opportunities that have been opened up, and a lot of ways that data has been used and is continuing to get used to drive very positive change in the world as well.
So let's talk about how it's changed. I mean, I think most people are familiar with cookies. The
Yes.
internet's based on cookies, and you go to a website, they drop a cookie, and then you can get advertisements delivered to you based on the interest in the
Yes.
content or in the website in particular. How has that evolved, and what's coming next?
So if you think about that example, the example of you going to a site and then having an ad follow you around, that's really using digital data in a digital context. What has changed about the world now is that brands can actually leverage data across every context. So they can understand what you're purchasing and how you're interacting with that customer or with that brand on a website or mobile app. You can bring all of that data together and then use that data in a way that creates a better relationship with that customer. So an example of that is if you're a retailer, you have catalogs of thousands of different products. And I'm sure all of you shop online sometimes or browsing through sites. There's so many options for things that you may want or be interested in. And brands are now actually able to leverage the full set of data about you to understand which products they should recommend to you. And so that is creating a much better experience for consumers. And a lot of brands are now thinking about how do they take all of that data and turn that into a much more relevant experience.
Is there anyone that's doing it really well, particularly blending the digital information with the real world relationship?
Yeah, I mean, I think retail is definitely ahead of the game there in terms of bringing all of this data together and using it. There are some really interesting use cases. So some of our customers, one of our big retail customers, is using data from Pinterest to understand what are the colors that are trending at a particular point in time, and then using that to make better merchandising decisions and understand what kinds of products they should be creating and what kind of color palettes are going to be most appealing for consumers. So that's a pretty interesting case. There's other cases too where we're working with customers in the healthcare space. And there are healthcare analytics companies that are essentially what we're enabling them to do is in an anonymized way bring together data about social determinants of health. So that might be someone's socioeconomic status or gender or where they live, and pulling that together with patient outcomes such that companies can and healthcare providers can better diagnose and drive better outcomes for different kinds of patients. So for example, for diabetes, one thing that is the case is that often people in lower socioeconomic groups have worse health outcomes because maybe they don't have access to healthy food on a regular basis. So using these kinds of these connections between data healthcare providers can now say, hey, maybe we're going to offer this patient a food delivery service in addition to any medication, and that's actually going to drive better patient outcomes and actually cause the system to have to pay less for that patient because they're able to understand a much more holistic view of that consumer.
I think what most people are worried about is that the healthcare provider will have this information, private industry will have this information, you'll have this information, but the consumer may not have any knowledge that this is happening, and it makes them uneasy and they want to have more control.
Yeah.
How do we solve for that?
So I think a lot of the regulation that is in place today and is being contemplated is really trying to solve this problem. And I think it's a real problem that needs to be solved. There is a huge lack of trust in technology companies today because there's no transparency into how data is actually being collected and used. If you're a consumer and you go to any company that's collecting data about you, you can try to read through the terms and conditions and privacy policies. You're not going to get very much from it. So I think the real solve here is around creating true transparency. And that means being able to go to a website or go to any brand any company and understand what is the data that's being collected about you in plain English, and how is that data being used to actually drive a better experience or maybe allow you to pay less for a product. Whatever that value exchange is, that needs to be something that is incredibly transparent in plain English, and consumers need to be able to take part in that and make actual informed decisions about what kind of data they want to give to companies and how that data can be used by those companies. And I think it's a real problem that doesn't exist today.
I know GDPR was one attempt to do that.
Yes.
California has its own regulations. It doesn't seem to me that they're terribly effective.
No, GDPR, your company went through this. What it led to was a proliferation of banners on pages. And if any of you have been to Europe recently, you know that every time you show up on a website, you're just trying to get rid of that banner as quickly as you possibly can. And so what it has created is this sense, the idea was, how do we give consumers choice? How do we allow them to opt in? But that's not true choice. Because basically everyone's just going to click through it because it's a bad experience. So I think the challenge here is, how do you create true transparency and choice while also not creating these blockers into the customer experience that are going to just cause people to swipe away from it. And I don't know that there's not a lot of easy answers to that. But I think if you can give people portals and ways to actually just get the transparency first and then make the choices after that, that's a really solid first step. And I think the spirit of these regulations is trying to do that, but in practice, it's not necessarily playing out that way.
Do you think there's an opportunity for a product that could allow consumers to control their data and sort of see how it's used and how people buy into
and
it?
I think like the starting point, and some of the work that we're doing is actually providing technology tools to enable our customers to provide that transparency, since we see so much data flowing through our platform. And I think that's a starting place of just giving publishers, giving retailers, giving any company that interacts with consumers tools to easily surface what data is being collected, how that data is being used, what are the vendors that are being used, all of that, and allowing the company to configure how that works. However, on the back end of that, there's a huge consumer education effort that has to take place. So when you're surfacing this information, the world is very complex, and it isn't easy to understand. Even if you write all of this in plain English, like if you don't really understand how the internet works, if you don't understand cookies, if you don't understand all of these technologies that are out there, how are you going to understand and make an informed choice? So I think there's going to be a lot of steps that need to happen, and some of it is technology enabled, and some of it is just policy work that needs to happen. Some of it is just companies making a more concerted effort to educate their consumers a lot more. I think it would be amazing if there was some kind of central registry, like a do not call registry, that actually works, where whether it's government owned or something else, where consumers can come in and can choose what is the contract that they want to have with the companies that they interact with, and choose from sets from different options of settings of what kind of data can be shared, and then that proliferates out and is actually enforced. unlike the do not call registry where you still get calls all the time. So that's like, I mean, it would be great to have those kinds of solutions. I think it's not going to start there. It's going to start with companies and start with tools for them before we can get to a place where there's more centralized offerings. Because the reality is that for GDPR and for CCPA, a lot of companies, including ours, have to do a massive amount of work to be compliant and to actually build all of the systems where you can propagate deletions, where you can surface all of this information. And it's kind of like, you're going to get in January, you're going to get the V1 version of these tools, and they will improve over time. And so I don't think that there's something like magically that's going to happen in a couple of months that's going to suddenly make everything transparent and make it easy for consumers to understand what's happening in this ecosystem. But there is a progression, and we will get there.
What do you think is the thing that consumers most misunderstand about how their data is being used online?
Well, the most common question that I get when I'm talking to someone and they hear that I'm somehow in the ads industry or data industry is, well, my wife and I were talking about buying a fan, and then we opened up Facebook and are suddenly seeing ads for fans. Is my phone listening to me? Yep. And the answer is your phone is not listening to you. So that's like the most tactical example. But I think like more philosophically, the reality is that we have a free internet today. And the reason we have a free internet is because there are ads, and advertisers are willing to subsidize that. And I think that's that concept of the proliferation of content and even like the notion of free speech. It's connected to the ability to actually monetize all of this content in some way. And I think that gets lost in the conversation sometimes because advertising can sometimes be considered by consumers a dirty word, especially targeted advertising. And it actually is very powerful and can be used in very meaningful ways and actually supports a system that is very beneficial for society.
We have 20 seconds left. I'm not going to be able to go to questions.
Okay.
Real quick, in terms of politics, how are you working with the political campaigns?
Yeah, so we've supported political campaigns in terms of enabling them to leverage data for targeting. I think what's been really interesting is that campaigns have been using these kinds of techniques in direct marketing for a very long time, and then they've leveraged the power of the internet to use that more broadly. We are definitely trying to work with political campaigns to take a more active role in understanding like how are they actually using the data and in what ways, because we're a back-end technology, so we can't necessarily monitor what's happening, but we want to make sure and figure out ways that we can ensure that the data is just being used in a way to get people to come out and vote versus trying to suppress people from voting.
Very good. Annika Gupta, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm very interested in this conversation for myself because I feel like a lot of today we've been talking about the shortcomings of our technology or the unintended consequences of technology, and I think that in this panel we're going to be talking a lot about solutions and how we can come together and try to be advocates for consumers. And when people think of consumer reports, they probably think of product reviews. I looked at the website today. I saw, the best leaf blower, the best vacuum cleaner, but you guys also do a lot of consumer advocacy for things that we don't necessarily buy, and also things that are integrated into our lives and technology. And so I want to first ask you about the evolution of the organization and how consumer advocacy has changed as we all spend our time on these products that are free.
Great to be here, and the conversation has been riveting, but I hope what you take away from our session is really the role of consumer power. And a lot of you do know us by those reviews, but we were founded 83 years ago And it was because our founders felt there was an imbalance of power in the marketplace. And everything we do is about putting power and control back in the hands of consumers. And we do that because we believe our vision for the marketplace is one that is fair, transparent, and safe. And we do it in a variety of ways. One of them absolutely is the testing, but first and foremost, we do the testing because we want to codify standards and rules that are actually going to protect consumers every day. And that means working in the states, working at the federal level. And we have had so much success in building a framework and an infrastructure of consumer protection. But as you've talked about earlier, those rules do not apply to the digital world. And so what Craig and I have been brainstorming about for the past years, we are fortunate to have had Craig on our board, is what's that next generation of work look like? How do we help consumers navigate the digital world? And what kind of investigative reporting, testing, and advocating we need to do to make sure that we put consumers first?
So how do you pick your targets? How do you decide, like, this is the thing that because there are so many different areas you could potentially venture into to help consumers. What do you want to prioritize?
Well, for us, so much of the harms in the marketplace are hidden, and we've talked about that, the lack of transparency, safety. How do you empower consumers when the lack of choice and competition is not transparent to them? So what we did in the first 2 years of our iteration together was we came up with this notion of a digital standard. If there are no digital standards out there, how do we start to iterate in real time on smart TVs, on peer-to-peer payment apps, on home cameras, and start to create a set of open source standards that we can test against? And Craig's infusion of $6 million this year has helped us take that initial testing and turn it into a digital lab to do that across more products and more systems, and to start commenting and doing investigative work on the platforms themselves.
Craig, why this organization? I mean, why is this something that you really wanted to see hold these companies accountable?
Well, first, I think I'm supposed to say that it's great to be here. And Consumer Reports, going back 10 years or more, is the organization which has done the best, the most trustworthy work in terms of taking a look at products that consumers use. 80 years ago, a washing machine was high tech. Now we live our lives using a whole bunch of new kinds of technology, which, among other things, collect information about us. Now, for example, I love watching TV. I do not love TV watching me. When I'm online, I don't mind making a trade-off between getting access to a useful service and revealing a little bit about myself, but I believe pretty passionately about informed consent. We should be told what the site wants to collect, what it wants to share, and then ask for our permission. Consumer Reports is the group that can make a great deal of that happen, because Consumer Reports, over 80 years, has been really good at working with government and industry to actually make things change. So that's a good way to spend resources on.
And I would just add to that point is, I think that's right. The ability for us to work with both industry and government has been a key to our success. And I think it is because we have built that trust. And we have earned that trust over 80 years. We are independent. We are a nonprofit. We are not owned by a big publishing company. There's a lot of misunderstanding about who we are.
I guess I want to know more how it works behind the scenes. I mean, how did you, for example, help shape the California privacy bill that just came out, which maybe has more teeth than anything else a state is doing?
That's right. So we are fortunate to have a team of folks on the ground to form coalitions. We also have expertise, and that expertise is really grounded in facts and research, and we can advocate based on that. But that's really been our legacy for 80 years. We have worked on legislation and rules and regulations throughout that entire time. That is what our work is.
Do you call up legislators?
We do that. We also have 6 million members, and we have about 14 million folks that come to absorb and learn about what's on our site. But we also have activists. we have over 1 million activists that are willing to turn on a dime, make phone calls, show up, and actually advocate. So we're not advocating for them, we're advocating with them. And I think that ability to demonstrate power on the ground is really something that they pay attention to.
How do you make sure that real change happens, though? And maybe you could speak to the facial recognition instance with Facebook and the FTC. Bring us into how you were able to make the FTC aware of that issue.
So with platforms, right, it's not a TV, it's not a router, we looked at the rollout of Facebook's facial recognition. So we did an investigative work on that, and we learned that the settings that they said were available to everyone were very inconsistently available. And we published that. We were very proud of it. And despite what you might think of the $5 billion fine, we were proud that within that report and within that fine, we were quoted for some of the work that we'd done and exposed. So I think that kind of hard-hitting investigative work is needed in addition to and to fuel some of the change we want to see legislatively. And I think we've done some investigations also on algorithmic bias. You know, most of us think that our car insurance rates are determined by our driving record. And what we learned when we did an investigative story with ProPublica, that's just not the case. It has much more to do with the color of your skin and where you live and your zip code.
Yeah. What I do to complement some of that is most of my time is working back channels to the tech platforms and elsewhere, even government groups, but pretty quietly. I mean, I'm a 1950s style nerd. I have no ability to persuade people in public speaking. That's not my jam, as the kids say. Youth is wasted on the young. But what I focus on doing is talking to people typically at mid to high levels in companies, and just reminding them that they want to treat people like they want to be treated. And I'm just relentless in the matter, mentioning Consumer Reports and what they're doing. I've done that in Washington, and I've done it with people in Sacramento. Quietly, I'll never know how effective it's been, but I'm relentless.
He's much too modest. What he has allowed us to do is build this incredible capability to begin to make progress on, I think, what all of us have been struggling with for the past 2 days.
I want to know, I mean, Craig, any phone calls with executives we've discussed today that you can bring us into?
I hope not. I work with the people who are doing things like it's the social media platforms, who want to reverse the weaponization of those platforms, things like that. They want to work on informed consent, and they need to be encouraged to work on this with their management, who don't know what to make of me at all, which is probably true of most of the people here. So what I just do is I just keep talking with them and sympathizing, because I know how difficult some of these technology problems are. Machine learning is the solution for some of these issues, but it's going to take some more years to be more effective. And at some point it may become so effective that, well, I for one welcome our machine overlords. But the deal is that I try to talk to people. I may have some name recognition because of things that I've done, and so I'll use that, and I'll talk to them. I'll remind them that they want to treat people like they want to be treated. I will remind them that their tools should not be used to bear false witness, and then I remind them of it again. And
I'm really curious, who in this audience, have any of you called an employee of Facebook, Google, Amazon, Apple, et cetera, to say, I want this to work differently? Called an employee, okay, one, few over here. So Craig, should we be doing more of that?
In whatever capacity people can do. A big area that pretty much everyone needs is better and better customer service. And spending time with customer service, understanding that they almost certainly don't have the management support or tools they need to do the job, and then being sympathetic about that while being firm that you do want good service. That's something everyone can do regardless of how much clout you may or may not have. Consumer Reports is part of my inspiration for doing that because I have to get customer service usually the same way everyone does. You'd think I'd be smarter about it, but I'm not. And the deal is that asking for better customer service, again, is a way to get people, to recognize the golden rule.
I think that's right, but I don't want to skirt the issue of power. And that you have to wield power in the marketplace. And I think we do a tremendous amount of work with our members and behind the scenes, but no substitution. If you think about a tech issue like seatbelts, that was the technology, the safety technology of the past. They were not organically growing in cars. We fought long and hard to make them mandatory. And we won that battle, and we just won backup cameras last year, believe it or not. Every new car has to have one as standard. What the battle we're fighting now is we have an amazing amount of technology that we know saves lives. It doesn't just make people feel safer. Now we have the data to show that blind spot warning, forward collision warning, all of that saves lives. And yet, it is a luxury add-on item. It is an option that you have to pay extra for. That is absolutely wrong.
What's the equivalent in the digital world? The equivalent of seatbelts or something that wouldn't necessarily hinder your experience, but in fact make you safer?
Well, if I can close the loop on I see the technology and the digital piece is relevant to the car space. To close the loop on the notion of power, so what do you do if the regulatory environment lacks the will and it lacks the authority to actually legislate that? So what we did last year was we said, well, we called up the car manufacturers and said, you are not going to make it into the top 10 category unless all of that is standard.
There you go. People love being on lists.
To take the speed bump question literally, because nerd, right now on my newest phone, whenever I install an app or whenever I use it, it's asking for permissions frequently. Sometimes irritating, but that's the kind of speed bump I want. I want the software I'm using to be a little bit demanding, asking me if it's okay if it exercises some kind of permission, because that way I have a better idea of what's going on, and that's the kind of thing we need more of, and that's the kind of thing I'm hoping we see more of as the California privacy law goes into effect and as the effects of GDPR reach our shores. We have, apps and so on do need to ask our permission for things, hopefully not overdo it, but we do need to be challenged. We do need to challenge the apps.
We have a great example. There was a fertility app, the Glow fertility app. Women were putting a lot of personal information into this app, and so we took it for a test drive, and in fact, it was very hackable and very unsafe, and women were putting a lot of information about whether they brought pregnancy to term or not. Once we discovered the problem, we did call up Glow, and that's an example of them saying, we could fix that, and in record time they fixed it. There are many examples like this that we're seeing success.
It seems like companies are just waiting for outside people, like journalists, Consumer Reports, to come to them and say, hey, this is broken, or this isn't working. How can we get companies to be more proactive?
That has been our model for 80 years, is don't sit on your hands and wait, but you can compel the market to move and bend to put consumers first. But it does take investigating, it takes pressure, it takes using the power you have judiciously and responsibly, and I think that's how you earn the trust of both manufacturers and the government. And I will tell you, in that car example, no sooner did we say you would not be included in the top 10 that a number of car manufacturers said, we're on board. We'd like to be a part of that. Now, that's the beginnings of what the Digital Lab is going to try to put pressure on and to move. But a key participant has to be consumers, has to be people.
And do you think consumers are genuinely concerned about their privacy? Because from hearing some people tell it, it's really just like a matter of convenience for them to use these services, and sort of ignorance is bliss. And of course, that's not what we think as we look and dig through all the evidence we have and instances that we've had of misplaced trust. But how do you get people to care?
Well, I think the first thing we have to do is stop thinking it's only about privacy. I mean, the privacy piece is also linked to the competition and the monopoly and the domination of a very few number of companies. And I think people do care about that. Craig?
Well, something that Consumer Reports is working on is, let's say, a theory of change. How do you get people's attention and to tell them that we're not helpless, we can do things to affect change. And there are folks at Consumer Reports who know this stuff and are doing things. Me, and something any of us can do, is to, well, retweet or otherwise share stuff that comes out of Consumer Reports or other entities acting in good conscience. We can all take a little role in that while waiting for people maybe to figure out how to do that in large numbers. We need to do that right now and right here, as our country's under attack, but it's a big challenge for us all. Consumer Reports may be playing a much bigger role than any of us suspect.
What do you mean by under attack?
I'm just thinking of the weaponization of social media.
You mean like the election disinformation?
That kind of stuff. The thing is that the role of Consumer Reports is trying to figure out what is really going on, what's true among all the claims and counterclaims. Because I don't know enough to figure that out. Sometimes I can tell when I'm being lied to, but I really want seasoned professionals to do that. And that's something that Consumer Reports can do better than I can figure out on my own.
Sarah, I want to get to a point that you mentioned earlier, and that is we're a room full of experts, and so how do you reach and how do you get people excited and motivated? So I'm going to do a shameless plug for our Saturday morning television show. It's a family show. It is about these issues, and it is, we look at privacy, we look at, how you can raise consciousness. It is absolutely geared to a family audience, and I'm really proud that we won a Parents' Choice Award, but I think it's probably the only place on television right now where, you as a kid can sit in front of the TV and learn about what does it mean to be in this new digital world, and how do you be a participant in it to increase safety and transparency and fairness in the marketplace. So I'm also particularly proud that not only does it run on television, but also in streaming, but it's also in Spanish language in Telemundo, which is an audience we've never reached. And why is that? Well, take a look at the marketplace. It doesn't look like it did, just even 10, 15 years ago. So we really focus on being a very mainstream, consumer-first oriented organization, and that is who we have to communicate to just as aggressively as we communicate to legislators and manufacturers.
To people,
yes,
to make sure that
absolutely.
But in an age of algorithms and people maybe spending more time consuming content that is served up to them, how do you break through to be top of mind so people take action?
Well, you have to be where they are, right? So a lot of what we're doing right now is consumers have to bump into the kind of knowledge and information and actions that they can take in their community. We do a lot of work in local communities, in community development, where we actually do very locally based trainings on, how to, what's a privacy tune-up look like. And that is about establishing a sense of community in wherever you may be. And so we have to be streaming, we have to be on Hulu, they have to find us wherever they are. And that's a very different approach for Consumer Reports. We're not trying to drag you to us. We want to know where you are so that we can be there with the information you need when you need it. And when we need you to stand up and talk to your legislator, we want to be able to rely on that.
Well, thank you both so much. We've learned a lot. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Craig.
Please welcome to the stage
Go for it.
Catherine, please.
Hey, where do you want? Right over
Take
here?
the seat.
All right.
The assigned seat. Okay, so Wikipedia, which you oversee, and although it sort of oversees itself, that's kind of the cool thing about it.
Yeah.
It poses a tremendous contrast to so much of what else we've been discussing here over these last couple days. And one of the things that I guess I have it as my first question. We could talk about so many things, but you're in 260 languages. Is that
300?
Jesus, I can't even keep up.
It changes every day. I know it's.
But and you are the 5th most trafficked website in the world.
Oh, yeah.
You only have a $110 million budget, which sounds like a lot of money, but it certainly isn't compared to the 4 websites that come ahead of you, or probably the 5 that are behind you either.
That's probably right.
How do you do so much with so little?
Because we do it together. We do it with a volunteer community. We do it with all of you. We have 8 million donors all over the planet. We have the billion or so people who come to our sites every single month, 250,000 editors, tens of millions of editors over the 20 years we've done it. It's a collective project that I think humanity builds together, and that's how it's possible.
We were talking about humanity back in the green room. I mean, say some of the stuff you were saying before. I mean, if we're going to tackle these, one of the things you told me yesterday was that you and your team decided you weren't going to speak anywhere without mentioning climate.
That's right.
And you recently had a Wikipedia kind of global convention, which I think was Northern Europe somewhere.
This last year was in Stockholm, Sweden.
In Stockholm, and the SDGs was the theme.
That's right.
Right. So you guys, almost by genetic somehow code, are on the issues that matter. But what are you learning from that focus about what we could do or should do at the macro level about our challenges?
Yeah, I think we care very much first about the issue of climate change because we feel as though the reason we exist in the first place is not to be a website. The reason we exist is to ensure that everybody can have access to knowledge all over the world, no matter where you are. We view knowledge as the shared legacy of our humanity. It's that thing about all of us that makes us human, that curiosity, that need for learning, the way that every society values knowledge. I think Wikipedia existing in 300 languages is a testament to that shared commitment, no matter what culture we come from, where we live, and the like. And so we feel very much like, as part of that, all the issues of the SDGs are in Wikipedia, and Wikipedia exists in all the issues of the SDGs. So what we can at least think about doing is, how do we ensure that we are part of the conversation in a way that gives people access to the critical information that they need to make better decisions? So one of the things we think a lot about in terms of our work is, we don't think we represent truth. We think we represent instead a process and a model for building trust. We think we represent a process and a model for critical discourse. And we think that that's something that's incredibly important in this day and age, because what we really need in order to have solutions to some of these shared challenges is the ability to see each other as equals, the ability to recognize the humanity in one another, the ability to build trust in each other and in the institutions that we choose to represent us, and to have a common basis of understanding in order to be able to have meaningful conversations about how we address the challenges that we have. If we're talking at each other with different facts without having established a baseline for where we're coming from, we're never going to be able to achieve anything. Now, we don't think an encyclopedia on the internet is going to save the world, but we do think that we have demonstrated that humanity can build really tremendous things despite all the differences that we have. And so there is sort of some hope out there.
It is a proof of, it's a case that shows that something great can be done. I mean, you've obviously done, you and Jimmy and all the people that have devoted so much time to it for decades have proven that something meaningful can be made out of this digital morass that otherwise we seem to not be making such good stuff out of.
Not just meaningful, but beloved. I mean,
beloved, yeah.
Everywhere I go, I talk to school children, I talk to retirees. People love Wikipedia because it's always there when they need it. They trust it. It answers their questions. It's an incredibly intimate experience of being able to ask it anything you want. It doesn't ask you for very much. $3 at the end of the year.
Is there?
Did you donate? Has everyone donated? It's that time of year.
I donate. I actually will say I donate.
For the cost of a cup of coffee.
I actually, I use it so, I must use Wikipedia at least once a day on average. at least.
Well, we serve 17 billion pages of information every single month. 60,000 years worth of reading happens on our sites every single month, which I just want to say, again, as we're having these conversations about the doom and gloom in the world, that should give all of us a tremendous amount of hope for humanity because, look, we still want to learn. If all the services and solutions and sites that are out there, people want to learn. They want to know what's going on in their world. They are seekers of knowledge, and I think that speaks really well of all of us. So congratulations, everyone. Good job, humans.
Well, especially to you. But what you also have to fight a lot of uphill battles, like Turkey, for example. Talk about what happened in Turkey and what you're doing there.
Sure. So 2.5 years ago, the Turkish government approached us and asked us to remove references in 2 different articles to information that they found objectionable. And we at the Wikimedia Foundation, we do not censor information. We'll take down illegal content, of course, copyright violations, things like that, although they're very, very few on our sites. But we do not censor information. And so we went to the Wikipedia community, the Turkish community, and we said, look, are these articles good? Do they need more citations? And they said, no, these articles are great. We're going to make them better. But this information is, in fact, accurate. And the Turkish government said, fine, we're going to take you down because we don't like this. And so we've been blocked in Turkey now for 2.5 years, and we've gone through the Turkish judicial process, but we're waiting to have our case heard.
Such as it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the institutions in Turkey are under a lot of strain.
It's an institution that has been
This is
decimated.
This is not a Wikipedia problem. This is a Turkey problem.
Right.
Yeah, and so we are waiting to be heard in front of the Supreme Court, and we've also filed a petition in the European Court of Human Rights, which has fast-tracked us to hear our petition. So.
Have you had to do that kind of thing before, or is that a first?
We also have a lawsuit pending against the National Security Agency.
Well, let's hear about that.
A few years back, 2015, we launched a suit based on the upstream data collection practice that was revealed by Edward Snowden in the leaks of information about mass surveillance. And Wikipedia was one of the sites that was referenced in the document dump. And so working with the ACLU as our lead counsel and tremendous amount of pro bono support from other organizations like Cooley have been really great lawyers for us. We went to court over this. We had originally had 8 additional co-plaintiffs. All of them have been dropped from the case. We are still there, and we're fighting to establish. We established standing. The government is appealing. We are fighting to
The others were dropped because of?
They couldn't demonstrate standing. But given the size and scale of what we do, it was a far, far easier case to make. We also saw, and I think that this really speaks to the chilling effect of things like we believe very strongly in the need for freedom of inquiry when it comes, freedom of inquiry as a prerequisite for freedom of information. You need to know that when you walk into a library, somebody is not standing behind you looking at everything you read. Librarians have fought very hard for this principle over the years. At Wikimedia, we completely agree with this. And when these revelations came out about mass surveillance, we saw something like a 20% drop in traffic to articles about issues, for example, such as terrorism. Now, there are so many legitimate reasons why one might be wanting to look up an article about Hezbollah, right? There's protests in Lebanon right now. I might be interested for that reason. So when we see things like this, we say, okay, that is an actual impingement on our ability to freely inquire. We believe that that is something that is not constitutional, and so we took them to court.
What is it you're trying to get, though? Just to tell you exactly how much they surveilled your users?
No, we'd like them to stop that practice.
Just to stop?
Well, we'd like to reestablish some precedent around what the expectations are around necessary and proportionate principles for surveillance. It's not that surveillance in and of itself doesn't have a necessary national security purpose in some instances. We're saying that dragnet surveillance is fundamentally unconstitutional, and we are one of the organizations that not only wants to be able to build a product that people use, but to advocate on behalf of the values that enable our work to be done. And so that is a broader sort of calling for us. And then as an institution, as an organization, we try to live that every single day.
Okay, one thing I notice, and maybe it's the nature of the Google searches I do, but it seems like every Google search I do, there's a Wikipedia answer or a Wikipedia feature on the homepage of Google.
Or Alexa, or yeah.
Right, so how much does Google give you in exchange for them making money off of me that way?
Google.org donated, I think, about $2 million to us last year, and the Google employees are very generous with their matching gift program. But I think that, and I have argued elsewhere, last year in Wired UK, that the amount of support support that we receive, and not just we as Wikimedia, but the commons, open source programming initiatives, all of this sort of stuff, core infrastructure that is essential to the success of these tech companies, we receive relatively little support relative to the value that we generate on their behalf. And so my fundamental belief is not just Wikipedia, but Creative Commons, a number of other institutions, the Software Freedom Conservancy, all of these sorts of places should be receiving additional support from those who have done incredibly well financially by virtue of the infrastructure that has been built that has enabled their success.
Well, it would seem that it makes them look good to support you too, and it's amazing that they don't do more, because relative to how many searches are enriched with your content,
Well,
2 million is nothing.
I also think, we have evidence, and you and I talked about this earlier, that when the commons is thriving, it actually not just is good for the existing business model, what it also does is it opens up more opportunity for more people. So the example you and I were talking about is the government of Wales maintains a Wikipedian in residence whose responsibility it is to ensure that the Welsh Wikipedia thrives. Now, Welsh is a very, Wales is a relatively affluent country, right? It's a high income, high human development standards, but the language itself is spoken by relatively few people, and it competes with English. And so what the government of Wales wanted to ensure was that Welsh thrives as a digital language as well, not just a spoken, but digital, because otherwise you start to see the degradation of the language in total. And so what they realized is by ensuring a Wikipedia exists in Welsh, it becomes a heuristic that other companies use to decide whether they build products and services in Welsh. So Wikipedia is an indicator of the health of the web in a language. Now, that's great for Wales, but Welsh people have lots of other access to services, again, in English and other languages. Now imagine if you are a speaker of a West African language like Igbo. Who's building for you? Wikipedia supports...
There's a lot more Igbo speakers than Welsh speakers.
Oh, a lot more, yeah, millions, right? So Wikipedia supports 300 languages. I think last I checked, Google supports about 150 actively. When we support a commons that thrives, and when the rest of the technology...
Facebook is like 140.
Yeah, it's a totally different case, though, because it's user-generated content, right? So, but when we support a commons that thrives on behalf of everyone, we support everyone in having access to the internet they want to have. Right now, the internet is primarily in English, yet that is not what the majority of the world speaks. All these people, we talked about the next billion in voice services, are coming online to an internet that essentially has already the standards, the content, the expectations, the culture has been set for them. They are immigrating into a nation that may or may not want them, right? Which is kind of the history of how most of the world has always been treated.
So how are you going to build content in the 300th language? I mean, do you have like a specific set of programs that you apply or that you offer to those speakers in order to sort of jumpstart the process?
Absolutely. Well, we work with them, right? So we just had our annual Wiki Indaba, which is our gathering of our African languages. We had our Wiki Arabia, which is for Arabic speakers. We work with our global community as partners to try to understand what their needs are, and then work with them to design for what those resources and solutions are that are going to make them successful. And so, in this case, this is one of those places where I look out and I say, the reason we've been successful is we do this together. If that's something you're interested in, or anyone in this audience has a connection to, let's have that conversation, because we want to be working collaboratively. I know there's friends here from the Internet Archive. That's a great example of a partnership where we are actually trying to build the infrastructure to support knowledge for the world. And it's not about us and it's not about them. It's about what we do together.
I think we should go to audience and see if anybody has questions or comments about, I know I always do this with no warning, so people aren't prepared. But okay, nobody's hand. That's too bad. Oh no, there's somebody. Okay, go ahead. A good question asker.
You have had great questions. I'm excited.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Harrison from the Deep Trust Alliance. I'm really interested in how Wikipedia thinks about source verification and attribution. Obviously, it's important that the information on Wikipedia and all of your various properties is based in the real world. How are you guys thinking about that? Who do you partner, and where do you see opportunity for solutions in that space?
Yeah, thanks. It's a great question. So Wikipedia has 3 core policies around verifiability, neutrality, and no original research. What that means is that all sources have to be cited. The first one means that all sources have to be cited back to a reliable source. And how that is defined, Wikipedia has, editors have determined that that is about the quality of the source and its approach to editorial policy and/or fact-checking, because obviously the sources you need for 16th century Islamic art are very different than the sources you need for current affairs, and that varies tremendously across languages and the like. What we think about, we're very interested in right now, is how do we support the community in having these conversations around quality of sourcing. For example, Breitbart and the Daily Mail are both not considered to be reliable sources on Wikipedia, so there is a degree of enforcement that yeah, but on Facebook, I think
Facebook
Breitbart is.
Breitbart's perfectly fine.
I know. So again, the things people can learn from Wikipedia, right? So we've had this conversation, guys. Like, I don't know why we have to keep reinventing this conversation. Oh, I do, business models and political pressure. So the way that we approach this is like, how do you evaluate the quality and reliability of the source? And what we're working on right now is actually creating something that we think of as a structured citation graph that can allow us greater insight into what the distribution is around where sourcing is coming from for different articles, allowing editors a greater ability to be able to say where are there unsupported assertions in articles, the ability to go back and look for things like, errant Breitbart links that shouldn't be there in order to remove them. And I think that one of the things that we're also looking at is within the broader ecosystem, and Dana Boyd's done a bunch of really great research with this at Data and Society, is what is the role of citation links? I'm hearing snaps, yeah, totally. What are the role of citation links in the process of establishing trust relative to other sources on the web, and this whole idea of sort of like SEO laundering, and how can we make sure that's not happening on our sites? Because again, we think of ourselves as part of an ecosystem of trust and credibility, and we want to make sure that we're playing our role as a good actor in that space.
Oh, okay. Mike's right there. Okay.
John Corrigan, I run a company called Summits Inc. You're an NDI alum, which I love NDI, great organization. How do you think about the democratization of information relative to China, right? So who has an army of people that they can throw at you to almost overcome with just brute force some of the things that you just talked about. So how do you think about that? So
we're blocked in China and have been blocked in China across all languages since this past April. We've been intermittently blocked in the past. We use SSL, so you either block all of us or none of us. There's no sort of pinpoint blocking. With China, people still edit Wikipedia from China. Pro-regime or pro-government people, anti-government people. We also have editors from Taiwan, Hong Kong.
You mean using VPNs they do that now?
Yeah, that's right. Hong Kong, Taiwan, the diaspora. And on Wikipedia, those tensions tend to work very well in terms of creating a healthy discourse. I worry less about languages and where you have a geographic and political distribution than I worry about small languages that can be subject to capture. Now, that's imperfect, right? I recognize that in China, as you said, the numbers are so significant as to potentially be overwhelming. But one of the things that makes Wikipedia really different in this instance is that it's harder to brute force attack an individual article because of the system of trust that accrues within Wikipedia editors means that people with the highest degrees of sort of trust and credibility can lock an entire article or in theory lock an entire Wikipedia to prevent it from being edited should that need to be the case if it were to come under a sort of wide scale attack. What we're looking at is how can we improve within the foundation, how can we give editors additional tools to not just respond to immediate sort of DDoS style attacks on our content, but how can we look at sort of the longer term, more insidious efforts to actually shift the nature of content over an extended period, which is a harder problem to solve, but it's something that is a broader social question that I think we're all looking at. It's that Overton window question.
It is kind of amazing. You don't actually oversee the content, particularly. You leave that to the editors,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's
you
right.
Really you just have systems you put in place to make sure that they are legitimate and they are governed properly, but you don't put your hands on the content at all.
No, we have a clear editorial line that editorial policy is set by the community. We can raise issues, we can draw things to people's attention, but this is really something that the community runs, and we trust them to do that.
Is there anything there that you've learned that applies directly to some of these other less well-governed companies we've been talking about here?
I mean, I agree with everything that anyone said so far on like the business model problem, right? Tristan's image of the guy off stage, sort of holding the business model as a gun to the head. It was very evocative. But I think that some of the things that you can learn are, we have accountability embedded into our product. So you can see every single edit to every article on Wikipedia back to essentially when Wikipedia was created. We lost a few, we lost some stuff in the early dumps because we were pretty unstable when we first got started. But you can see almost every edit. You can actually get into the software. Every piece of code that we write is open source. And while most people don't do that, and they don't go to the talk page, and they don't go to the edit history, there is an assumption that they could. And that is a powerful tool for accountability to us, a powerful tool for our editors, and it's a powerful tool for the public to be able to hold us to account. We often find out when things are going wrong from intrepid journalists and researchers. So when I said at the beginning, how do we do it? We do it together. And I think that one of these things that tech companies could think a lot more creatively about is how to trust their users more. And actually that gets me to another point. I really hate the term users. Because users are the thing that we focus on when we focus on the product that we already have. And so much of the conversation we've had today and over the course of yesterday as well is about the impact that we're having on society as a whole. If we're only focusing on the people who are on the product that we have, we're not focusing on the product's interactions with society. We should be talking about people, because that's what all of us are. And restoring that humanity and that power to the individual. And that goes along all the way on up the chain to human-oriented governance, to the democratic institutions that should be regulating the entire sector. We should be restoring power and recognizing that these are tools that people use, not users.
Boy, that's so in keeping with other things we've heard. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Really good.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Michael Dunn, please join me. Oh, I don't want to sit down. Michael, thank you for coming on. Okay. Michael Dunn is, I think, probably the leading expert outside of China on the Chinese auto industry. He's been in the auto industry and studying the auto industry for about 30 years, something like that. First went to China in 1990, right after he got his MBA. He was running a big part of GM in Asia at one time. And he has slides, but we decided we're going to only use them selectively. Yeah. In fact, I wanted to get them on my screen to make sure that I was aware of what we were not using at that given moment. Oops, where did they go? Oh, well, who knows? Oh, they're there. So, I mean, give us the top-level view of what's happening with Chinese auto industry vis-a-vis the rest of the world.
Right. China wants to be king of the hill. Forever, they've been playing catch-up through joint ventures with global automakers inside China. A few years ago, they went to a seaside resort and said, we want to be number one, and in order to be number one, we need to be number one in electrics and autonomous vehicles. How would they do that? They want to harness the capabilities of their leading tech companies, Tencent, Alibaba, Baidu, to get there and no longer be dependent on global automakers for technology. That's the big move that China's making right now.
And how are they doing with that?
Pretty well, surprisingly well. If you think about it, China's dominating the global EV electric vehicle market last year, accounting for 60% of global production and sales, 1.2 million out of 2.1 globally. Not only are they strong in electrics, but they're also strong in autonomous technologies, thanks in large part to the R&D they're doing right here in California. As we speak, there are 14 Chinese companies testing autonomous cars on California roads, and there's another 7 Chinese electric vehicle companies also doing R&D in California.
So 21 Chinese companies doing cutting-edge auto R&D in California.
Right in our backyard.
Now, does that suggest they want something here more than our roads?
Absolutely. The talent they're hiring is first-class talent from Tesla, Google, Apple, and others. And the game plan is to secure that knowledge, bring it back to China, and plug it into the world's largest car market by far. You know, keep in mind, China's the largest market by a factor of 1.5 times the size of the United States.
In terms of car sales annually?
Car sales annually. Biggest luxury car market by far, and now the largest electric vehicle market.
Wow. Yeah. So is that something we should do something about, or should we just like watch it with interest?
Absolutely. It's time for the U.S. to wake up to the reality that it's being challenged for supremacy in automotive by China. This is not something, it's not a dream or some big picture. It's happening as we speak. And there are activities. If I can skip forward to a few slides to give you a map. My company, ZozoGo, recently did research to determine just how many Chinese automotive companies are operating in the United States today. Look at the number. Who here would have guessed there's 175 Chinese automakers, suppliers, and tech companies coast to coast, 40 of them here in California. This has definitely drawn the attention of the Trump administration wanting to know what precisely is going on in those R&D centers.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with Chinese companies operating here. We believe in global economy, free trade, kind of, right? But what should the Trump administration be understanding that they don't, or what should they be doing that they're not?
You know, ultimately, this gets back to a core issue beyond trade, the trade war, is market access. So the Chinese automakers and suppliers can walk into the United States carte blanche, no problems, no questions asked, green light. The same is not true when US automakers and suppliers go into China. They have to joint venture, for example, or the tech companies have incredible difficulty securing the right licenses to operate there. So it's a one-way street, and there's no problem with the Chinese being here provided that we'd get same terms going into China. That's not the case today.
Well, I still don't know what we should do. I mean, so should we, it sounds like a trade issue. I mean, in a way, those are non-tariff barriers, right?
It is a trade issue, it's a tech issue, market access issue. It's all of the issues bundled together that, you know, the word decoupling comes to mind. A lot of people ask me, are we seeing the beginning of decoupling between China and the United States? More arrows are pointing in that direction than against it. And when we think about it, China's relationship with the United States for the last 50 years has largely been determined by transactions between companies, not shared core values or interests. That's now coming up to the surface. And are we really tight friends or are we adversaries? That's the question being asked.
Well, you know, I don't know if you heard Martin Sorrell this morning, but he said, you know, we're really just wrong not to accept the reality that they were the world's largest economy. They're going to be the world's largest economy. They want to be respected for that, and we need to kind of readjust our thinking about them. How do you respond to that?
Carefully. I think that I don't know how much time Martin spent on the ground in China knowing the realities of Chinese society and the controls of information and behavior. It's a different place from our United States. So it is true that the United States could do a better job of managing China's rise, but at the same time, let's not be naive to think, well, everything will be okay if we just allow them to do as they please globally. Look at what happened with the NBA recently. You'll recall that the general manager at the Houston Rockets tweeted out and said, I stand with Hong Kong. That caused an uproar in Chinese government, and they said, please fire it. Okay, so we all know the story. In a sense, we here all are the NBA now. We have to make tough decisions about how we want to engage with China. What's the cost of market access there? Are you going to say, well, we want to continue to sell our cars into the market, therefore we'll toe the line? That's a big question out there for everybody.
It's a tough one. I mean, you go to China all the time, right?
Yes.
And you talk like this. Are you worried that one of these days they're going to say, you know, Michael Dunn, stay home?
Well, I already wrote a book that's been banned in China called American Wheels, Chinese Roads. And as a matter of fact, my most recent visit in China, the person at immigration took a long, hard look, much longer than ever before. And it did make me think twice about stepping across the line for the first time. I've never felt that before. I think China knows at a gut level that it's had really tremendous benefits from the relationship. It is time for a reset. I'm optimistic that a reset will be reached. It'll take years to get there, though. If you have a moment, I'd just like to show you some of the cars.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how good are the cars since they're putting so much into them?
These are terrific, actually terrific modern all-electric cars, priced where? Not where you'd expect them on the low end, but $135,000. This is a Karma Rivero, used to be Fisker. It's based in Los Angeles. It's on sale now. If you go to Hollywood, you can see some of these. $135,000 Chinese car. Then you have the Polestar, which
That's entirely owned by China now.
Entirely owned by China.
Yeah.
Second one is called the Polestar. That's a new brand under Volvo. all electrics, terrific looking car. That'll come to the United States probably next year. Look at that price, $63,000. And then yet another one called the Byton. That's short for Bytes on Wheels, a nod to the software aspect of future cars, $75,000. All three of these companies and others are now developing their products in California and for sale here in the United States and in China.
Somebody said on the stage earlier today that Tesla is clear, far and away, still the leader in electric vehicles. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Primarily because they add the connectivity component, that big screen in the middle with updates all the time. Tremendous. I drove up here from San Diego. Through a software update, my range on my battery, the distance I was allowed to drive or able to drive, was increased by 10% simply by hitting a download of a software improvement.
While you were driving?
I parked.
You parked?
You got to park, find a Wi-Fi.
You drove your Tesla from San Diego to here?
Yes.
So you have one. That's a strong statement right there. Okay.
It's a fantastic vehicle, not only because of its electric capabilities, but because of its, more importantly, it's connected, and it's the most advanced product on the road by far.
And they're moving into China in a big way, even more than they are already there, right?
Yes, yes. As we speak, Gigafactory number 2, Europe's going to be number 3. They'll start producing Teslas in Shanghai in January, and I'm optimistic about the prospects. Tesla has a great following, highly regarded. There's already a lot of, if you go to Shanghai or Beijing, you'll see them on the road.
It's already their biggest market, isn't it, China?
Outside of United States.
It's still not anywhere near as big as the U.S.?
Not in anywhere, because they need to produce to get the cost
Okay, to
down.
get the access. But they've sold tens of thousands of cars
Yes,
there, right? Yeah.
they have.
Yeah.
They have. And that's why did China allow that to happen, for them to invest and own 100%? My read is that China's goal is to become the hub for the world in electric vehicle production. And the way the United States policy is shaping up right now, we're not only second, but we're a distant third behind Europe in terms of putting in place regulations to encourage electric vehicles.
But Tesla being there presumably will increase the quality of the whole supply chain in China indirectly,
Absolutely.
right?
They'll bring first-class suppliers, the connectivity aspect, the autonomy aspect. I mean, Tesla brings the whole package: electric, autonomous, connected.
Autonomous is an interesting thing, and I want to hear audience. I'm sure there's car people who have questions. But, John Chen said on the stage earlier that he didn't think we'd really see widespread autonomy for 15 years. Then we heard Waymo be much more optimistic about that. Where do you come down on that in general, but maybe in the United States, but also in China? Is it going to happen much faster in China because they could just decide to do it regardless of whatever risk profile might emerge?
Yes, listening to John this morning, he mentioned regulation. China enjoys a huge edge over the United States in that regard. Tomorrow, highway between Shanghai and Beijing will be autonomous. Any objections? They can do it overnight. They can also, they can support the collection of data, which is fundamental to improving autonomous driving. So look for China to come up quickly in autonomous driving and equal US capabilities.
Are they likely to lead the world in that, leaving aside the electric?
Being the key. If the Chinese government wants to lead, it'll make the regulatory environment conducive to that, build the infrastructure for it, and here we go.
Wow. Okay, who has a question? Okay, right back there. And then we get to Ford. Okay. Okay.
Is this?
I don't know, talk into it.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Olivia at The Telegraph, hi. I'm intrigued by the aspect of this. I was reading about the rare earth minerals and how China's really leveraged its availability of rare earth minerals, and it's really kind of managed to push the price down, producing them at a loss. Lots of things that the United States and other parts of the world hasn't been doing or possibly can't do. I wondered how hopeful you were for, I know that there's a mine near Vegas that's trying to kind of ramp up and become a competitor. How important is that in this, and how hopeful are you that other countries are going to be able to compete with China on that front?
Right, China does enjoy a tremendous edge in that regard. There are other sources around the world being developed, so I'm less concerned about that than I was a few years ago. Also, China has
This
covered
is for what exactly?
for rare earths.
Oh, rare earths. Right.
Which are crucial to,
Right.
yeah. At the same time, China has moved a little bit away from EVs only, and they're now opening up to hybrids and fuel cell options. That wasn't the case before. So suddenly, to have access to the China market, you can go in and not be a leader in EVs. You can focus on fuel cell or hybrids, and you'll still get market access. So I'm less concerned today than I was a few years ago.
Ken Washington. CTO Ford, just so you know.
Might be the only car guy here, but anyway, it's really great to hear you talk about China. This is a really super important topic. I just have a couple comments and then one question. My first comment is, if you go back to the pictures you showed, they are beautiful cars, but they're also very expensive cars.
Yes.
And I think it's important to note that for battery electric vehicles to get to a larger adoption rate, we've got to find a way to put into the market affordable battery electric vehicles for everyone. And so I can't resist the urge to put a shameless plug in for the brand new Ford Mustang Mach-E. $43,000, okay? So that's a more affordable vehicle.
Is that all electric or is
That's
that
an
hybrid?
all-electric 300-mile OTA 15.5-inch screen battery electric vehicle.
Mustang,
Made here, designed and built in the USA, integrated.
Are they going to have a convertible version of it?
No.
Oh.
Second comment I'd make is I think one of the issues we have is China has a real AI national strategy. The United States does not. And so if we really are serious about being on a level playing field, we ought to do some things that are within our own control, which is put into place a national policy and strategy around artificial intelligence so that we can have a fair fight. So that's another key comment. And then my question is, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how the US-based OEMs, the automakers and suppliers should play in China, given that we all aspire to have good market share in the world's largest automotive economy. We're a global company. We have a China operation. We're going to be building cars in China for China, including our luxury Lincoln brands. But we want those to be on, again, a level playing field. And right now, it seems like it's an unfair fight. Any thoughts or comments or suggestions you'd have for companies like Ford and GM and Fiat Chrysler?
Right. The Detroit 3 do sell a couple, almost 3 million cars a year in China, so not bad.
Wow.
But in recent years, the market share for the Detroit 3 has been declining as Chinese domestic producers have improved, and as perhaps companies like Toyota and Honda have really enjoyed a better reputation for service and other things. So how can the Detroit 3 grow most effectively? I think it requires enormous resources to say, we will be competitive with electrics and autonomous in China. And the mindset of the Detroit 3 is still weighted heavily in North America, and China is a plus business, sort of a plus business. It's been a profit machine for years. Now it's slowing down. It's become tougher. So counterintuitively, it'll require more resources into more products, better customer service to keep ahead of the competition from the Chinese brands that are vastly improved from just a few years ago. It's a grinded out market. It's the biggest market. The Detroit 3 can play and win there, but it's going to require a lot more money and people than we put in so far.
Well, that's a good, meaty ending, and we've got to wrap. But thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you. Terrific. Thank you very much.
Really glad to have you. I've been trying to get him ever since I met him 2 years ago, so thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Hope you will be a serial techonomist like Ken. Okay. Next we have our final speaker for the day, and don't forget the party after this, and so we'll end on time. Casper Kling, please come out, Casper. Thanks so much for being here. Okay. Casper is a longtime employee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the country of Denmark. He's had postings in Indonesia, Cyprus, and Afghanistan, but not too long ago he was named the world's first ambassador to the global tech industry formally by the state of Denmark, because that country realized that the nature of the relationship between global tech and states is evolving so rapidly it required something new. So how is it going?
I mean, quite well. We just qualified for the European Championship in football, I mean, real football, earlier today. So, no, thanks very much for that.
That's what you haven't been listening to these sessions. You've been watching the
I was
game.
actually talking to my deputy on whether to wear the jersey for this event, but we thought it's not very ambassadorial, so I chose a shirt instead. No, I mean, we spoke a week ago about the job that I have, and I think, to be honest, is it necessary what we do, treating technology also as a foreign policy issue? Absolutely, and I think if you look back 2.5 years since I've had this job, it's become more and more important, as we've seen with big scandals or big challenges. Is it easy? Absolutely not. I mean, this is difficult. Getting the big technology companies to engage with even small progressive economies like Denmark is not an easy thing. So we've had quite a few, let's call it, sobering experiences in the first 2 years.
You mean, well, they just didn't want to bother with you? Is that what you mean? Or they just turned you down? They said, no, we don't agree, go away? What do you mean?
A combination of all of it. So, I mean, literally fighting our ways into some of the headquarters of the big technology companies required more effort than I thought, perhaps very naively to begin with, would be necessary. I would say that I think today the discussion, and I've been listening to the different panel discussions you've had today, I think it shows that how we perceive technology is different today than it was 2 years ago, and I think it's much more balanced and much more nuanced, and therefore, of course, I get fewer questions on why do we need an ambassador to technology today than I did 2 years ago.
So Zuckerberg says he wants regulation. Does that mean he's happy to talk to people like you?
Well, what I would say is that, from the outset, having executives in some of the big technology companies saying, well, regulation is not a bad word, that you don't get nauseous when you actually say it aloud, is a positive thing. Encouraging, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal, to both the pivot to privacy and, of course, also calling for governments to do more regulation. Perfect start. I think the problem is, of course, when you drill down and you look at the granularities of that. I think, in my view, and I represent a country that is light on regulation, also in the European Union, we're not against big technology companies. In fact, we welcome big platforms, and we want to limit the amount of regulation coming out of the European Union. The problem is, of course, you cannot regulate if you're half blind or if you're completely blind. So I think in order to sort of follow up on the overall idea that we need more regulation, I think that requires more transparency from the companies. Are we seeing that? Not yet.
One of the things that's so interesting, since you got this job a little less than 2 years ago?
A little more than 2 years ago.
A little more than 2 years ago. But you've kind of catalyzed a lot of other, or your country having done this, inspired a lot of imitators. And a lot of other countries are now making a more formal set of overtures to Silicon Valley, often through their own foreign ministry. Yeah. And I know that last year you organized a meeting of people from, how many countries was it last year?
I think 22.
22 countries here in San Francisco, and you're based mostly in San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
What was that meeting like? And also tell us a little bit about the one you're planning for this spring. And what is it that you're hoping to achieve as you build these collective discussions?
Yeah, one of the horrible things of representing a very small country like Denmark is, of course, that you don't punch with the same weight as bigger countries do. So when you look at topics or challenges from a foreign policy point of view, our approach has always been about building alliances, building coalitions. That's how we survive in a world that is not always friendly to small countries. So of course, what we call technomacy, treating technology as a foreign policy priority, also requires us to build coalitions. And in today's world, what we believe is that it's not only about nation states, it's not only about international organizations, it's also about bringing the private sector into that conversation. And by wanting to do that, having that as a goal, we need more countries around the table. So actually one of the KPIs that we have, one of my KPIs, is to have other countries do what we do. So we decided to host a cyber and technology summit here in the Bay Area. Nothing new about that. We discussed that with like-minded countries all the time. But the new thing was we invited the big technology companies to participate. So we talked about cybersecurity issues.
And they came?
Yeah, after a little bit of negotiations, because and I guess everything is kept within these four walls, right? So I'll share a small secret with you, and I'm sure you've experienced that as well. So when we approached some of the big tech companies saying we're bringing 22 quite senior diplomats to the Bay Area to discuss these issues, they said, fantastic. our oldest intern will be available to meet this group of people. And we sort of discussed a bit internally, what's our response to that? And at the end of the day, we said, if that's sort of the approach, we'll go somewhere else and have the discussion elsewhere. And funny enough, the senior VP then all of a sudden had time to actually meet the group of ambassadors. So, this is a proxy, conflict where we on a daily basis have to fight our way through. But the paradox of this, David, is I think it's actually in the interest of the big technology companies to speak to governments, not least from countries like Denmark.
What did you think? I mean, I don't know if you heard Tristan, right? And at the end, I asked a question about them having more dialogue. Casey said, well, they talk to journalists all the time.
Yeah.
Do you think that it would be healthy and helpful, as I do, that if the tech platforms were more openly to engage in a dialogue with their many critics and interested parties that range from governments to NGOs to all kinds of elements in civil society and other businesses in almost every industry? Do you think that kind of dialogue is needed at a more big picture level?
Absolutely. And some companies have seen this, and they are doing exactly that. Others less so. But I think where we are today, and it'd be interesting to hear what the audience has to say about this, is that we're in a different place where I think governments, civil society, employees are now teaming up and holding companies more to account. So by disengaging, by not wanting to be transparent, by not wanting to have these discussions, I think long term, but even short term, they're making their lives a lot more difficult. Because again, what do? Can we do as a small country? Well, we can actually advise our decision makers back home, who will then again be sitting in the working groups in Brussels, looking at future regulations. And it actually matters what kind of image and what kind of perception others have. And the interesting thing is, I only represent a small country like Denmark, but because we are first movers with this initiative, a lot of other capitals are coming to us wanting to learn from the experience in dealing with big technology companies. So it actually has a bigger impact than just talking to a very, very small but excellent football nation.
So
smooth, not so smooth.
I should have asked, hey, football, you mean soccer, right? Okay.
No, I mean football, but anyway, I know what you meant.
So I should have asked this first, but what is it you really hope to accomplish? I mean, even when you started, when, we've sort of assumed, I'm sort of presuming certain things, but at the big picture, and what are some things you might still accomplish? What do you want to accomplish? What did you want to accomplish? Talk about the opportunity that might exist here.
Yeah, but perhaps answering that question from a slightly different starting point, we actually think that there are big things at stake right now, that it's not only about the relationship between us and technology company X. This is about protecting democracy. It's about protecting human rights. It's about defending the institutions of liberal democracies that we believe are essential also in the 21st century. So it's not small, tedious issues. And I'm not here to sell anything. I'm not here to buy anything. This is a political initiative. It's about holding the companies to account. And then it is to say that, in the old days, it might be enough to have collaboration between nation states. But in today's world, we have to make sure the technology companies are on board. And why do we need that? Why do we need that? That's because there is a huge gap between where technology is today and what governments understand, and therefore where our policies and where our regulation is. And is that only a problem for governments? I don't think so. And I think if we look at some of the big crises and scandals we've seen over the last couple of years, this is also a huge problem if you're an executive in one of the big tech companies. So we need to forge a partnership that is stronger today, because the alternative, and this is where there's a very strong transatlantic heart beating inside me, I think the alternative is a very different approach to technology, a totalitarian approach to technology based on surveillance, on control, the possibility to misuse some of these new technologies. And I think we're at a crossroad where we have to choose sides as governments, but I also think the companies will have to choose sides.
You mean choose sides about technologies and ethics, or choose sides more specifically companies, country? I mean, what do you mean exactly?
A little bit of everything. I think whether we call it ethics or responsibility, what I would say is that there is a societal responsibility that not all companies are living up to, and we have to enforce that, and we have to make sure that they better understand it. Also because commercially, that will be the right thing to do further down the road. But I also think that companies will have to choose whether to engage in countries that have let's say, an undemocratic approach where those technologies might be misused. So yes, all of the above.
So what would you say, what have you sensed and felt and learned in talking to other countries as you've had this job about the directional movement. I mean, it feels like we're moving towards a lot more willingness and eagerness to regulate on the part of countries across the planet.
Yeah.
Is that something you believe?
No, absolutely. And I think we might talk a lot about, let's say, politically difficult times also between Europe and the US. But I think the appetite for looking at the regulatory framework is certainly on the rise. And we now have in Europe a new European Commission coming into office within the next couple of months. They've made the digital issue, everything digital, one of the main priority areas. But it goes without saying there are countries and people in Europe that are eager to do more on the regulatory framework as well. But it's sort of the result of the companies not doing enough to self-regulate on their side.
But you could, in a weird way, I never thought of this, that the companies are kind of, on this issue, pushing US and Europe closer together, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a very similar mood in Washington as there is in Brussels, I would say, on this. And it's one of those truly bipartisan issues with, Josh Hawley and the FTC under Trump, as well as Elizabeth Warren and others saying more or less the same kind of things.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think if you allow me to be a little bit optimistic, it doesn't run naturally.
No, that's
I'm
not allowed.
Scandinavian, so the bad weather makes me sort of chronically depressed, right? But I think the problem here is that, believe it or not, I'm actually optimistic about where technology is going to head. The problem is, of course, as we have Cambridge Analytica, as we have leaks of personal data, it gives data or technology a bad reputation. And if we tomorrow travel to Copenhagen and we met with my mother or some of my good friends back home and asked them, how do you perceive technology today compared to 2 years ago? It's a very, very different response that you would get from them. So my concern with Cambridge Analytica, with some of the big tech companies not taking responsibility, is that the abilities for us to reap the benefits of data-driven healthcare or bringing people out of poverty, all those possibilities will be more difficult to achieve simply because we have a more skeptical view on technology. And I think that doesn't benefit societies, it doesn't benefit the companies that could potentially lose the opportunity to make an extra ton of money on some of these technologies.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Who has a question or a comment? Anybody want to say something?
We can't see anything from up here.
Yeah, you have to kind of be, there we go. Over there, Marta, I don't know if you saw Marta's talk of the campaign to stop killer robots, but that was great.
Thanks. Hi, Casper.
Hi.
Question, what cables that get sent back, reports that you send back to Capitol get the most attention? What is your most curious about Silicon Valley? And then also, what are the most controversial and politically untouchable topics?
Yeah.
Nice.
And always a dangerous question to answer as a diplomat, because that it assumes that all our cables are read on a continuous basis, which I'm not sure is true. My deputy is here somewhere, hiding, Michael. And we did a cable after meeting one of the big companies here in Silicon Valley, and it was a horrible meeting. I think I've told you a few aspects of this, and it basically we didn't have a very good conversation, and it ended up with an unpleasant ending. And this particular executive handing over a goodie bag to me with a T-shirt and a cap, and then sort of sending me off without further notice. And I think that cable was read quite a lot back home as an indication of some of the challenges and difficulties in having these conversations with companies. And I'm saying this as a joke. It wasn't particularly funny when we were in the moment, but I think it shows why it is necessary for us to have these conversations, why it is incredibly important that governments have a much more systematic approach to technology, that we understand that this is not sort of on the fringes of national policies or on the fringes of international relations. This transcends everything we do, and we better get our act together to fully understand and prepare ourselves for the changes that are coming our way. But it also shows why, and I shouldn't be talking about the industry as this monolithic entity. Of course, there are big differences between different companies.
Yeah, I want to get to that in a minute, yeah.
But it also shows why we need some of the executives to take a very, very different approach to some of the bigger issues. So I think I managed not to answer your question at all on what cables are. It wasn't actually very diplomatic.
He is a diplomat, that's true. But talk about the differences between the companies. I mean, they're not all the same, right?
Not at all. And I'll refrain from mentioning specific companies. I think that's.
Oh, you did on the phone? Come on.
Yeah, but I also told you I wouldn't do it here.
Oh, you did? Okay, well, I could do it, but okay.
And you promised not to mention it.
And I forgot. Okay, what can I say?
I'll not be back next year.
Thank you. Okay, well, you don't have to do it. I won't quote you.
No, there is a bit of a difference between some of the more mature companies that have been around, perhaps been through some of the difficulties with antitrust threats and some of the newer companies, especially perhaps some of the data-driven companies. But I think the interesting question, because one thing you didn't mention before is that I have a global mandate. So my embassy, unlike any other embassies in the Danish Foreign Ministry, is actually spread between Silicon Valley, Europe, and Beijing and China.
Wow.
So we have staff all 3 different places because we want to take a global approach to technology.
That's amazing.
And then your question might be, so how is it to deal with the Chinese companies?
Yes, why don't you say that?
And you know, again, we are among friends here. So one of the big paradoxes, and something that I think was quite saying, that in the first year, with some of the Chinese companies, it was easier for me to get meetings at the executive level and have substantial, let's call it strategic political discussions, than it was with some of the American companies. And then you can say, of course, they have different motives, they have different interests, absolutely, but it still doesn't take away the fact that we couldn't meet with companies that we share sort of history or a set of values with, and I think that's a fundamental problem as well. Today we're in a different spot, and I think the companies have realized that they also need to engage with governments in the same way as we want, but we're not there yet.
But of course, there are people like Brad Smith of Microsoft who, you know, I recently interviewed on stage in a book event he did in Los Angeles, and he's a friend. He's quoted in our book. We have a whole article, our magazine, a whole article about that interview.
And we're actually in the book.
What?
He refers to what we do in
yes,
the book.
Yes, he loves what you're doing, and many of the things you say, he also says.
Exactly.
So there are company leaders who are really, really enlightened. Unfortunately, there aren't enough of them. Okay, yeah. Anybody else got something? Oh, sorry, here, yeah.
Hi, Rodrigo Sepulveda from Expon Capital. I'm very proud to be a 5th generation Danish here. I see you on stage, and I see Margrethe Vestager a couple of weeks ago in Lisbon.
Okay.
I'm a bit surprised that you keep saying you come from a very small country. You come from the European Union. You should be representing all of us. That's 420 or 500, depending on the week. So how do you relate back what you do with the rest of Europe and the European Commission?
Yeah, really a super good question. And I think it runs deep in the Danish DNA to sort of undersell and then try and overperform afterwards. So we actually like to talk about being a small country. No, but you are correct that, of course, we also represent the European Union here. And I think we do it in different ways. We also do it in a way where we're helping to translate what is coming out of Europe vis-a-vis the big American companies. So if we take the General Data Protection Regulation, the infamous regulation on data protection, I think we've helped explain that this is not about going after big American companies. This is about consumer protection. It's something that is essential for European lawmakers. And then if you ask how do we relate to what happens with Vestager and the new European Commission, well, we are in fairly close contact, if not on a daily basis, then at least more than that, linking back with the different parts of the European Commission, who doesn't have a presence on the ground in Shenzhen and in Silicon Valley as we do. So I think this is where there's a sort of a two-way street between what we do and what happens in Brussels.
Okay, I got one last one. What do you think about the need for new global regulatory or managerial or treaty structures? I mean, do we need a new ICANN with more responsibilities, or do we need a new arm of the UN? How do you think about institutional opportunity in light of the challenge?
Yeah, and I'll probably give you sort of a small state reply to that question. I think the problem is you have many sort of vertical discussions about new technologies. If you want to discuss cybersecurity, you go to the Open-Ended Working Group or the UNGDE. Mobile technology, you go to ITU and other places. I think the problem we're facing right now is we don't have a place where we take horizontal discussions about technology. Yes. Do we need a new framework, a new UN framework? Well, perhaps we do, but that'll probably also be extremely difficult to agree on and get through with the current geopolitical situation. So we're trying to do that from a small state approach. We're trying to build a coalition on responsible technology that brings together a select number of like-minded countries together with a select number of like-minded companies to try and, small is beautiful here, we try and do it in a limited sort of 30-ish number of actors group, and have those discussions and see whether that could spin off to something that might be helpful at the bigger level. Again, that's a traditional sort of small state approach to matters, but I think it's necessary right
I think
now.
it's a nice, optimistic way to end a somewhat grim day of conversation. So thank you so much, Casper, for being here, and I hope that we'll stay in close touch.
Absolutely, we will.
Thank you
Thanks
again.
a lot. Thanks.
Really good. Okay, so you got to go get your coats. The buses start leaving at 6:15, and if you didn't see the videos of Skylar Gray, you missed it, and if you did, I think you probably should want to go hear her. And it's going to be fantastic food cooked by Mark Brand. This is an opportunity. There may not be enough seats on the buses, so get there by 6:15, and that's when they're going to start to leave. So thank you all.